unknown participant is now joining.
Oh, okay. All right. Call the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 26th at 9:10 a.m. Please join me in a moment of silence, silent meditation, reflection. Thank you. Vice Chair Rickman, would you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Chair. You're welcome. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Present.
Chairman Nguyen.
Here.
And for the record, Supervisor Villapudua is expected at 10:15.
Thank you very much. This moment we'll have time for recognitions. Our first recognition is for our former Community Development Director, David Kwong.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to go ahead and invite Mr. Kwong down to the podium and to thank him for working with the clerk's office to schedule this recognition today. We did experience some shipping delays earlier this year with the plaques, so we're pleased that he can be here today. And I'll turn it over to Chairman Nguyen, who will present Mr. Kwong with a plaque on behalf of the Board of on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for his years of dedicated service to the community. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Rochelle. Before I present this to David, I'd like to have my fellow supervisor and I'll make some final comments in regards to it. But David, would you like to make a comment first?
Hello? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen and members of the board. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I spent several years here, and in my entire career, this is one of those meaningful chapters in my life. Truly appreciated working with the entire board in those years, and the CAO here and County Council's office. I always think about what successes I bring to an organization. And I will say first and foremost, and usually it's the most important, is leaving a legacy of staff that can carry on the right attitude, perspective, and carry out the board's directives. I mean, every council and board is going to have their specific directives. And if I can channel the staff towards meeting the board's directives and getting things done in an efficient, effective way, I think I've done my job, in my opinion. So I feel like even though we've gone through a lot in terms of getting projects through the process and streamlining things and getting things done, it's the staff that does all the work with your staff and getting it through. So from my perspective, that's one of the biggest things that I feel like I have achieved. So I want to thank you, and especially for this recognition today.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. It's, I guess we have a distinct honor of giving you the recognition as your leaving former Director Kwong. You were very beneficial for the county when you came in. I appreciate that myself and others found working with you. You were exceptionally responsive, adaptive. You had an open idea, policy where if somebody came in and talked and shared and you looked at things and thought outside the box and you looked in and worked and incorporated some of those fantastic ideas to help make our county better. We appreciate that, and I know there is a legacy. I know that we've recently appointed Ms. Jolly as the successor, and as I mentioned, if things do not work out up in Placerville, she does need a deputy director, so consider that at any given time that the door might be open, but you have to check with her on that. So, but we appreciate your time here, your responsiveness, and that example of how we can do it better, how we can challenge ourselves and meet the needs of an always evolving environment and community. So thank you for the service and the example and the leadership while you were here as our director.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. David, it's been a real pleasure working with you. It's also been great seeing how you quietly and in a very professional way kind of updated the whole department, and you streamlined processes. You helped it become more outwardly focused and customer friendly, not just for dealing with the board, but also with the public. The comments that we received throughout the communities in this county were very positive in terms of how people enjoyed working with your department. And that's not to say anything negative about our any former directors. It's just you had a very modern approach, and you really helped inject that into our department, and I think the department is the better for it. And I agree with you, succession planning is really one of the key and most important accomplishments that any director of any organization, whether it's a department or it's an entire organization, can perform, and you did a great job with that. You really have, and I know the county is in good hands with Ms. Jolly now, and we appreciate it. We wish you all the best in your next endeavor, and we know that you'll bring good things to whatever organization you join. So thank you for your years of service here. Not just in San Joaquin County, but also in the city of Stockton. You've left a real legacy here, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kwong, it's great to see you again. You know, I hated to see you leave. I know we worked on a lot of different projects together, a lot of different issues. And one thing I always admired about you is, just your common sense approach. And even some of the issues that were very difficult and that we had a lot of discussion on, the applicants or the people that were bringing forth the project, they always had exceptional remarks about you and how great it was to work with you and how flexible that you were. And, our losses, Placerville's gain, and I agree with Supervisor Patty, Ms. Jolly's doing an excellent job, but if you ever get bored and you want to come back and be our deputy, and we welcome you back with open arms. But again, congratulations. I know that's the place you want to be up there, and don't forget about us here in San Joaquin County. God bless you.
Well, David, I first saw you at a presentation at a LAFCO meeting when you represented the city of Stockton, and I was very impressed with your presentation and also some of the comments to some of the questions that were asked. I think one of the things, and it's been touched upon, I know that at times, I asked you if District 4 had the most problems or the most difficult problems within the county. And as Vice Chair Rippon talks about, I think we all had problems, but I appreciated your willingness to discuss not just, the initial issue, but how it affected not only that particular project, but certainly the county in general. I would tend to somewhat disagree with my fellow supervisors because, see, I see you as a franchise player, and when I say that, in the sports world, a franchise player is an individual who can play for any team and rise them to the level of a champion. And so, although I understand, and I would agree that, we'd love to have you back in any capacity, I think you're going to go to Placer and you're going to make them better. And I'm not saying they're not good now, but obviously I think you'll improve as you did in San Joaquin County. And also, as Supervisor Miller talks about, it's nothing against the prior directors. We've had department head changes, when I've been the last 8 years. But I think that you brought some new ideas from your previous assignments, experiences. And I think that made our county better. And I know moving forward with the new director, Jennifer Jolly, I think we'll build upon that. But again, I want to thank you for all that you did, not just for me and my district, but certainly for the residents of San Joaquin County, because your impact will be long felt after you're leaving. And more importantly, you're establishing a new resume and a new legacy, so to speak, in Placer County. So with that, I want to sincerely thank you for your time here, and really enjoyed, and I really enjoyed our conversations that we used to have every month in regards to the county as a whole. And again, like I say, you are a special individual. You are one of those things that unfortunately is becoming quite rare, in my opinion, is you're a leader and a mentor. And by virtue of that, you've made us better for a county, and we will improve as we go on. So again, with that, present you with this recognition, David Kwong, Director of Community Development, years of service, November 2019 to June 2022, and presented this day from the entire Board of Supervisors. And again, congratulations on your new position.
Thank you. It's been my honor.
Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is of Evan Shee, who was awarded Valedictorian of Lincoln High School. And I would like to invite Evan Shee and his family to the podium. The Environmental Health Department's leadership team requested this recognition on behalf of Stephen Shee, Program Coordinator for Environmental Health, and Allison Shee, Management Analyst for Human Services Agency, both proud parents of Evan Shee. On behalf of the board, Chairman Nguyen will present the certificate of recognition to Evan, valedictorian, Lincoln High School, class of 2022, in recognition of your outstanding academic achievements and exemplary dedication. Congratulations, presented this 26th day of July 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Clerk. Evan, would you like to make some comments? As a valedictorian, I'm sure you're well versed in public speaking. You're okay? Would any of the family like to make any comments? You're fine. Is Chris Woods here? Oh, Chris, why don't you come down and I know you put this forward, and Allison, in regards to your son. Go ahead, Chris. I know you know more about this than I do, so I'll turn it over to you.
Well, you might be surprised, but I just want to congratulate Evan and Allison and the family for raising such a tremendous young man. Thank you for Allison for her contribution to the Human Services Agency and everything she does. And obviously, they're a wonderful example for Evan. And based on his accomplishment, I'm sure he'll do fabulous in life. And just a wonderful job.
Through the chair, if I could also mention that Jasjeet King and his team in environmental health were also a part of bringing this forward as well.
Okay. All right. Did you want to make some comments, Justin?
Chairman Nguyen and a member of the board, all I have to say, thank you. Actually, I was planning to take the picture only. And jokes apart, it's really, we really appreciate it. It's really encourage our young folks and also our employees who work so hard for us. So it's a big thanks to the board.
All right, thank you. Stick around. I'd like, we have a picture. We'll get somebody to take a picture of the group and get you and Chris involved in the picture with the family. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I know how proud you are as parents. And Evan, I know how hard you've worked for this. This isn't an accomplishment that comes easily in your high school. You had a lot of competition for academic excellence, and you rose to the top, and that is something to be very proud of. I don't know what your next plans are. I'm actually really curious. Where are you off to next? Do you know?
I'm going to UCLA.
Excellent. Well, we're glad you're staying in California, and we hope that when you're all finished, you will continue to follow your parents' footsteps and give back to whatever community you end up in. We hope it's back here in San Joaquin County, but if it's not, we know that you'll continue their legacy of community service, and we're all very proud of you. So congratulations.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Yvonne, it's a great accomplishment, obviously, and I think it needs to be exemplified that not only did you put in the hard work and make very good choices, but it's fantastic to have a support network and perhaps oftentimes a driving force of some structure and some accountability. They laid the framework, but it's those that hard work and those good choices that you made. And as you know, going through school, you've seen friends, they've made choices that bring them off in different directions and they get detracted and they may not reach their full potential at this stage. Although in the future, I'm sure they could turn that around. But you're a great example of what that hard work and those good choices can lead to. So good luck with your future. It was a pleasure to meet you and your family this morning. I know they're all proud with big smiles, and we as a community are very proud of you. So thank you. Glad to see you here today, and congratulations on the good work so far.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Yvonne, congratulations, and to your family, congratulations to raising such an exceptional young man. And like my colleagues have stated, hey, you worked hard. A lot of dedication and discipline goes in to reach the status that you're at right now. And as you head off to college, of course, study hard, but remember also to have fun, because one day your hair is going to probably look like this in about 30 or 40 years. So have fun while you still have it. But once you're done with studying in your college and you're seeking employment, we would love to have you back in San Joaquin County and bring what you learned back here and put it to work for San Joaquin County and be closer to your mom and dad. Again, congratulations, and we're all very proud of you.
Just curious, what's going to be your major, Evan? Go ahead.
Biochemistry.
You don't pick any easy subjects, do you? I want to congratulate you, certainly. I know it's been very challenging and difficult, but as I've known from my own experience with my children, now grandchildren, it's not an individual effort. It's a family effort. I mean, you have to have the support of your parents and your extended family to make sure that, you have all the tools that you need to be successful. One of the things that I always appreciate about individuals like yourself who have, reached the pinnacle of academic success is that, oftentimes today we really have a tendency to focus on the negative, especially with our youth. And you represent not just yourself and your family or your school, but you represent, our youth in San Joaquin County who are the ones who are being high performance, the ones that are making a difference, the ones that will be leaders in the future. You may be sitting up here someday if you choose to go that path. So again, I want to congratulate you on your achievements. I look forward to see you in your graduation, where you decide to go. I would agree with my fellow supervisors. We have extremely talented youth in this county who graduate from our high schools, and they go to Harvard and Yale and USC and UCLA and Stanford and places like that. But unfortunately, oftentimes they don't come back. And so we're trying to do our very best to generate the type of jobs that would attract someone like yourself back to San Joaquin County so that you could use all the talent and academic achievement that you've garnered and reinvest it into our county and our residents. So again, congratulations. And with that, Chris, and we'll get a picture here. And could we give? Oh, you got the camera? Okay. So if you could step over here.
Okay, now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments or consent calendar, and closed session items. Excuse me, we request that you fill out a comment form, which I already have. And when you make your presentation, time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. The device on the podium with green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments, that you address all comments to the board supervisor, not the audience, and comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint, obviously, of the Board of Supervisors. So, having said that, my first card is Alex Aferis.
Ferris, I'm here to tell you that we need to ban the heart machines. As you know, I've stated before, of course, we're going to hammer it to you. There's an article in 2007, New York Times, New York Times. Scientists test hack into electronic voting machines in California and elsewhere. They knew that back then that these machines were not secure. Computer scientists from California universities have hacked into 3 electronic voting systems used in California and elsewhere in the nation and found several ways in which vote totals could potentially be altered, according to reports released yesterday by the state. This was in 2007. The reports, the latest to raise questions about the electronic voting machines, came to light on the day when House leaders announced in Washington they had reached an agreement on measures to revamp voting systems. And then if you go down to the article, it's a couple pages. Basically, they said the recommendations is they should not be using. Is that these machines are not good. They need to be banned. And you can't just replace one machine. We had the die bolt, then we went to heart. What are you going to switch to another one? Dominion? We all know about Dominion. They're all interconnected. If you switch and replace it with one voting machine with another, it's the same thing. We got to go back to paper ballots and hand count. The other countries do that. I don't know why we can't do this. Thank you.
Molly Watkins.
Good morning. Molly Watkins. A group of citizens analyzed the primary election that just happened. You all got a copy of it. Our analysis showed a pattern that could only be the result of a mathematical formula contained in the software as an algorithm, the machines, heart machines. We need to be allowed to analyze the source code in those machines to confirm, quote, widespread election fraud, which is the standard set, in order to look into the fraud. If there's evidence of fraud in these machines, then the contracts are void and we need to go back to paper and pencil and count them by hand. Thank you.
Patricia Barrett.
Good morning, Patricia Barrett. As member and chair for the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, I'm here to impress the need and the importance to the Board of Supervisors to demand from HR need to increase and offer a competitive salary for a new director for behavioral health services. I know you know how important it is not to have a delay in hiring a new director. Tony Vartan has strived for the last 5 years to implement services throughout our county that was in a huge need to get us close to par, and we aren't there 100%, which means we can't lag a minute or we will have the ball slowing down. It was sad that our county would not enforce $46,000 to keep the director we had. It will cost more money for a headhunter and no telling when they would find one for what is being offered. And yes, that raises nothing for the needs of our county. It is bad enough we are short clinicians, medical and mental health workers, and yet we won't support and go up against HR's offer for funds. You are the overseers of our county that we have elected to make sure the residents are given every chance to have a better life, and we fall short. It is time that we stand up for us. Stop your bickering amongst each other and the pigeons, and show the people of San Joaquin County you care about their loved ones. Remember, we are the heart of mental health. We are trying to regain what we lost 40-something years ago. And with 2,500 that are still homeless, you know I had to throw that in, that have all experienced a challenge, we need a new director now because their work is cut out for them. Vote to get them a fair pay. Thank you.
Melanie Knott.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Knott, to the board of Supervisors. As some of the people already said, our elections are in question. They're in question. They are around the world. And no, this is San Joaquin County. We're not the world, but we can at least look. We can at least take a look at these things. And that's what we're asking. We're asking that you take a look at these things. At this point, I would say that our county is due for a forensic audit of our election. And that's the least that we can do, is be able to put our hands to these things, put our eyes to these things, and physically touch it to see if our elections are fair and honest. No machines, one day, IDs, and no mail-in ballots. No more. I resign the rest of my time. Thank you for your time.
Tasso Kendry. All right, Gertie.
Good morning, everyone. My husband and I, 21 years ago, our son became seriously mentally ill. During this period, we learned to deal with it with people like Bruce Hepperstead, Vic Singh, Jim Garrett, Francis Hutchins, and recently Tony Vartan. We are extremely disappointed that we could not raise Tony's income because he brought so much money into mental health. He was worth every penny. He gave us the services that we needed. And we are extremely, extremely disappointed in that. And we hope that we will be open to make good decisions to get someone else in his place. Thank you.
Tasso?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Tasso Kendry. I'm a little familiar face to most of you, and I'm hoping to see some of you in Washington next time. Of course, I want to talk a little bit about directors of BHS. I think it's prudent to look and raise the salary to get a good person. Gertie and I have been in the board for more than 18 years on the Behavioral Health Board. And we have gone through 5 directors. They were all great. And the greatest one is leaving us right now. He's going to a county who has 200,000 people less than San Joaquin County, and their top salary is $225,000. I think we need to look hard to make some decisions so we can get qualified individuals to come to our county. We have a lot of projects cooking right now, and they're going to be hard-pressed when we have a new director who is not familiar. Hopefully the deputy is currently up to date, and she will be great help to him, but we do need to bring some good talent, and we need to pay. I don't like to pay taxes any more than anyone else, and I know it's hard times, but we need to do right to get the right person for the right job. Thank you. By the way, paper ballots are the way to go. Thank you.
Well, I want to recognize and thank Tasso and Gertie for your continuous efforts in regards to NAMI, and certainly the work you've done in San Joaquin County and actually nationally. So again, I appreciate what you've done, and I know what you're about to do. So thank you both. Alexander Heredia.
Good morning, San Joaquin Board of Supervisors. Hope everybody's doing well this morning. Thank you for giving me your time. My name is Alex Heredia. I am a field representative for the Carpenters Union. I represent over 40,000 members here in Northern California. And I'm here today to tell you that out of those 40,000 members, 2,000 plus of those members live right here in San Joaquin County. And I'm also here to tell you that, well, at least in half of those even get to work in their own backyard. Instead, skilled and trained men and women have to spend half their paycheck to go over the Altamont Pass to work in a city that they don't even pay taxes in. So I'm here today to show you the Carpenters Union, what it's like to be proactive, have a voice, stand up, and fight for what you believe in. We believe that not every child is programmed to go to college. In fact, a handful of youth have a passion for hands-on physical labor. And we like to educate our youth that you can make a livable wage at being a construction worker with benefits, a pension, and area standard wages. We don't want to discourage them by telling them that the only way that's possible is by going over the pass. We believe in state certified apprenticeship programs that have competent instructors that teach our youth our members how to work safely and efficiently. And I'm basically not here today as someone with an issue. I'm here as someone who wants to be a partnership with the San Joaquin County on how to come up with a solution on how to put citizens of San Joaquin back to work in San Joaquin County. I will be leaving my contact information after this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I would just make a final comment in regards to your presentation. San Joaquin County has 2 apprenticeship programs, one for high school students and one for adults. It's the first in the state. We also have a San Joaquin County apprenticeship program that's also the first in the state. And so what you're telling us basically we're already working on and we want to expand. So again, thank you for your comments.
No problem. Thank you.
Jamie Ortega.
Good morning, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jaime Arteaga. I've been a member of the Carpenters Union for 25 years. Our commute to the Bay Area, I mean, because we can attain jobs here, it's very difficult, right? I mean, it's hard. So I've been commuting probably 20 years. And when I first started commuting, my commute was an hour and a half. Now my commute is getting really ridiculous, and it's not your guys' fault. It's not nobody's fault, no citizens. It's all on me, right? I take responsibility for that. But I noticed lately the trend in construction on the prevailing wage jobs has been to cheat. And I'm sorry I'm using these words, but it's the reality now. You're taking tax funded from the public money and giving prevailing wage jobs to these companies that come from out of state, from different areas. And it's not 100% what I'm saying right now, but there's being cash money being thrown around, right? They cheat by, instead of paying them their, whatever it is, $65 an hour, they'll pay them $30 an hour. So what I'm here today is to ask for some kind of policing, just a fair shot where we can attain these jobs, so we don't have to compete with these guys coming from out of state and taking their money and paying cash. Basically, what's happening is taxpayers are getting cheated. If taxpayers they have certain measures and they pay taxes on them, why can't they? I mean, the money should be paid correctly and efficiently and what it's set for, right? These things are set for us to have a fair shot with the non-union contractors. I hate to use non-union contractors, that word, because I'm here today to speak on behalf of all construction workers, because I've seen it. Human trafficking. I'm a field representative. I just started. I've seen it. Human trafficking, tax evasion, cash money. And that's money that's being taken out of everybody's pocket, not just mine, not just yours, everybody's. That cash economy, we need to stop that, because that's what's killing us as union members and killing our public as taxpayers. So I'm asking just for a fair shot. I'm sorry, this is the first time I do this. So basically, like job order, work order, California work order 16, which states any construction worker that supplies his own power tools on a job site should be getting paid double the minimum wage. I walk on job sites and I see guys making $18 an hour using their own power tools. How are we going to compete with that? The minimum wage is what, $16, I think, in California? Is it even possible? Is the time up? Sorry about that. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Okay, clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman Wren. We do have a number of public comments to read today, so I'm going to be sharing the microphone with my Chief Deputy Clerk, Nicole Lee, who will start us off with public comments this morning.
Madam Clerk, what's that number?
Right now for this, I believe we have about 10 general public comments. We'll have significantly more later this afternoon.
Thank you.
Deborah Wheeler writes, I just want to reiterate my disgust in our past elections with the corruption involved. I'm again asking for you to please stop using the machines, stop using the drop boxes, stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person, one-day voting with ID and hand count, etc. We can accomplish a fair and honest election with reform. Don't let this go another day. Let's work together to bring integrity back to our elections. Thank you. Grant Cook writes, let me point out that the use of the computer-based voting machines has been a key factor in reducing the integrity of our elections. To focus on a big issue with these voting machines, poll pads, etc., please indulge me briefly while I talk about my work. The companies that I have worked for the past 22 years produce engineering simulation software that is used widely around the world. While we do our best to validate our products, in the end, we tell our customers that it is up to them to validate the simulation results from our programs against physical experiments. And like many software companies, we are careful to protect our software products by legal agreements that our customers must abide by. In particular, our customers may not attempt to reverse engineer how our programs work. Clearly, the companies who work to make these voting machines have similar agreements that all governments using their machines must sign. What this means is that each such government entity has no legal means to determine the details of how the software in these voting machines works, nor to determine in detail how the voting machine hardware works. So, how then to validate the operation of these machines? In the end, it appears to me that there is no way to do it. With no real validation of the election being possible when using these machines, we need to return to the older, proven, non-electric voting processes. Joyce Smart writes, Dear Supervisors, I address you today because I have many concerns about the lawfulness of the current voting procedures. It has been proven that the voting machines used in the last presidential election were riddled with inconsistencies and errors. I have also seen the video 2,000 Mules, which blatantly and shockingly proves that ballot harvesting did in fact take place during that election. As an American citizen, these issues have destroyed my faith that were fair and secure voting practices taking place. At this time, I would like to ask the board to ban voting machines and drop boxes and revert the voting day back to a single 24-hour span, and that all of the votes will be counted by hand. If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. Thank you for your time. Gina Rishwain writes, we need to use in-person voting with voter ID cards. Only citizens of the U.S. should be allowed to vote. An anonymous writer states, it's unbelievable that you are using or only considering 4%, 3%, 2% COLA increases when the world itself has tripled the cost of rent, food, gas, and other necessities. Families are struggling to make ends meet. Your homeless population worsened due to poor leadership to act. Your workers need you to act honorably this contract. Your offer is not even a drop in the bucket and needs to be reconsidered. You're losing valuable employees over poor decisions. Bargain in good faith with reasonable ideas and offers for the times we are in. I will now turn it over to Rochelle DeBoer to complete.
The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Tom Patty, on 6/21/22, you embarrassed yourself and the county during the board's discussion on the pride flag display. You appeared ignorant and homophobic. I'm unsure who your audience is, but I expect more from a board member and congressional candidate. Undoubtedly, the pride community is appalled by your shtick and those who saw the pathetic performance. Hopefully, outsiders don't think you or your antics represent the values of this county. Know that we are tired of your political performance art displays. Regrettably, your strongest trait over the years has been your ability to find new lows. You're truly remarkable at that. November voters, please recall just a few of the Patty's numerous indiscretions while in office. 1, rear-ended a car on I-5 while driving impaired. 2, publicly berated Public Health Officer Dr. Maggie Park over state mandates and safety measures solely in her jurisdiction. 3, frequently disrespected other board members at meetings, including the 6/21/22 meeting. 4, attended meetings with his face badly beaten after Patty confronted a man following a late-night party. Thankfully, term limits will rid the board of Patty, but he is running for Congress. And although finishing far behind current U.S. Congressman Josh Harder in this primary, I encourage voters to consider Patty's dubious body of work before November's election. For brevity, I mentioned only a few of his missteps, but there's plenty of information on Patty's many exploits. Please do your research and vote for someone capable of appropriately representing the fine citizens of this county. The next comment was submitted by Betty May Locke, who writes, stop using the machines, stop using the drop boxes that Mark Zuckerberg paid for, stop using the poll pads, fix the voter rolls, go back to in-person one-day voting and hand count, etc. The next comment was submitted by Claire Reynolds, who writes, please stop voter drop boxes. Stop all mail-in ballots. Go back to all voter precinct. Voter integrity is important. Claire Reynolds, Lodi. Next comment was submitted by Janice Bendetti, who writes, as a lifelong resident of San Joaquin County, concerned citizen about the integrity of elections, I respectfully request the following changes to ensure fair and honest elections, starting in November 2022. Review and correct voter rolls to ensure only U.S. citizens are voting. Return to one-day in-person voting, except for individuals over the age of 70, if they have disabilities and other individuals who are physically unable to get to a voting station. These individuals should be allowed to request granted an absentee ballot. Require a photo identification of all voters. Return to hand counting ballots, machines, and drop boxes should be discontinued. The current election system is prescribed by the California Secretary of State, doesn't guarantee elections that are ethical and honest. Until the current system is changed, election fraud will continue. This practice will only weakens our republic and erode citizens' trust in elected officials. Thank you for your consideration of my views. Sincerely, Janice D. Benedetti. The next comment was submitted by Carla Hune, who writes, Dear Board, sorry I couldn't be there in person today. When Chairman Nguyen spoke at a meeting last month, he mentioned that new voting machines are in the budget. Where in the proposed budget is this item, and where is a list of the machines that are being considered? I think the machines need to be banned as their hardware and software is programmed by a third party that is not for legitimate fraud-free elections. There is nowhere in the California Code that says machines have to be used. It only says if you use a machine, here is what you can use. We need to go back to one-day in-person voting at the polls, no machines, no drop boxes. The biggest fraud problem, no mail-in ballots. I would think all Californians would be concerned about election fraud. You wondered why the primary participation was so low. They have no faith that their votes count and count as the voter voted. Thank you, Carla. And the next comment was submitted by Christina Gilbert, who writes, good morning, Chair Nguyen and Supervisors. I'm writing to share the impact that the loss of Director Vartan will have on the current collaborative efforts between the Children and Youth Task Force and the county to address the massive shortfall of mental health professionals in San Joaquin County. Director Vartan was a strong advocate for the creation of this workforce proposal. His interest in innovative efforts to address local challenges have made him a strong partner. As we have shared before, the staffing vacancies are significantly impacting the county's ability to fully deliver much-needed services to the community, and this situation will be exacerbated by the loss of Dr. Vartan. Strong, collaborative, innovative leaders are necessary to lead San Joaquin County and address the many challenges we face. We urge this board to look closely at this issue and consider investing the necessary resources to stabilize these positions and the county's ability to address the significant mental health needs of our citizens. Thank you. And the next comment was submitted by Paul Lanning, who writes, good morning, Chair Nguyen and Supervisors. I am Paul Lanning, Executive Director of Health Force Partners, Northern San Joaquin Valley. Today, I write to share my concern regarding staffing shortages within BHS and impending loss of Director Vartan. As an industry leader, I can attest to the impacts to the community that turnover and lack of strong leadership will have on the county's ability to deliver quality mental health services. There are already significant challenges in mitigating the deleterious societal effects of rampant, unchecked mental health challenges in our communities, due in part to challenges in recruitment and retention of mental health caregivers and leaders. Having seen Director Vartan in action in recent weeks since I assumed my role, I have been deeply impressed by his obvious depth of knowledge, analytical skills, and grasp of a multiple of complex issues. This rare combination of attributes that he possesses will not be easily replaced. The loss of Director Vartan only exacerbates the ongoing challenges we have in our region in dealing with behavioral health issues throughout our population, particularly in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge the board to seriously consider the well-being of our communities as it reviews and weighs options to address Director Vartan's departure from BHS. Thank you for your consideration of my input. The next comment was submitted by Jessica Wagner, who writes, good morning. I could not help but notice the millions of dollars our county is approving for continuing COVID spending. I think we deserve to see the data from multiple sources to support the need for this. As other counties are bringing masks back, I ask that you shield our county from this dangerous trend and pass a resolution making masks a choice in all spaces in the county, especially areas concerning children. Recent studies show, quote, wearing masks consequently leads to direct exposure to bacteria and fungi constantly being inhaled, end quote. I am disgusted at how many supposedly child-friendly places in our county, such as museums, are still requiring masks. This is why everyone is moving. Do any of you have any interest in ending policies that don't follow science, as doctors are literally being censored, silenced, and punished for questioning these tactics? Remember who your voters are, especially those of you focused on holding higher positions in government. What are you currently doing to serve your voter base? Our community does not even believe our elections are properly being handled. What are you doing to put faith back into the community? The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, dear board members, it is unfortunate that the county has to lose great visionary leaders due to the county's inability to compete with the salaries in this region. The BOS should seriously consider looking at the human resources leadership and their lack of ability to properly perform and successfully recruit and retain county staff. Our county suffers from shortages of staff across the board, and this is human resources failure. Respectfully, a concerned county citizen. The next comment was submitted by Amy, who writes, BOS, it's clear that there is voter fraud throughout our county. The machines are compromised. We want in-person, one-day paper ballots with ID. We want free and fair elections. And the last comment has been submitted by Christopher, who writes, Board, good morning. I'm a concerned community member of San Joaquin County. I'm concerned that you all aren't taking election integrity seriously. Do the right thing. Remove the machines and do not replace them with new machines. Same thing, different day. We need to go back to one day in-person voting with voter ID. Thank you. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes our written comments.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Seeing none, moving on to the minutes. Yeah, Board of Supervisors, May 24th, June 7th, and July 12th. Any revisions, changes, amendments to those minutes?
Chairman, barring any changes, motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And it's adopted 4-0 with Supervisor Villaputa being absent. We have no appointments to boards and commissions at this time. Consent items. Anyone wishing to pull any consent items? Was it Patty?
Chairman, I believe I'd like to pull number 11, since I believe we have Director Woods here. I hope he's still here. And perhaps anybody from the Central Valley Low Income. Thank you.
All right, I'll pull 3 and 9. Item number 3, appointment of Jeffrey Walkamp to the San Joaquin County Auditor Controller. By the way, congratulations on your election.
Thank you, sir.
Right. And I'll turn this over now to our CEO, Jay Wolverding.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. And as you'll likely recall, I was appointed the county administrator back in March of 2021 from the position I'd held for 8 years as auditor controller. And Mr. Wolkamp was my assistant during those 8 years. And by the way, he did an outstanding job as my assistant. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
When I took this position, I left the vacancy of auditor controller there, and there were several ways we could have approached filling that. I had discussions with Mr. Wolkamp, and he had requested, which I'd concurred, to leave the position open due to the proximity of the 2020 primary election, the election we just had last month. Mr. Wolkamp thought it would be most appropriate to let the voters decide on who to fill the position with. And I had commented, and he understood that leaving the position open might invite an opponent for the job. And he had understood this, and Mr. Wolkamp ran this past spring and in fact did have an opponent challenge him. He beat this opponent quite handily and is now slated to be sworn in January of 2023 as our next auditor controller. So during this past year, Mr. Wolkamp's been handling 2 jobs, his assistant role and also my old auditor role. Furthermore, he's not been able to backfill the assistant position because technically he's still in the position. He also is currently unable to configure staffing until the assistant role is filled because as a domino effect, he'll need to rearrange the department in the ways that he sees fit. I know you've all heard me say this before, but the auditor's office is the fiscal hub of the county. Every dollar that comes into and goes out of the county passes through this department. All financial reporting, auditing, and internal controls are the responsibility of the auditor's office. So I believe it's important that we accelerate Mr. Wolkamp's appointment today so he can move on with his staffing plan, bring the auditor's office back to its appropriate management configuration. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any comments?
Sure. I just want to thank this board and CEO Wolverding for your support and for this opportunity to get a head start on my upcoming term. I'd also like to thank the voters for their confidence in me. I felt all along, even though it wasn't a popular decision by many, I felt all along that it was proper to put it to the voters and let them decide. And I'm thankful that for their confidence in me. I'm also like to thank my staff who put in a tremendous amount of work every day. They're very dedicated, very hardworking, and quite honestly, they make our county look good. But most importantly, I'd like to thank my wife. She's sorry for this. She's been my rock throughout this whole process. As all of you know, a campaign is hectic, and I know I didn't have a maybe quite as contentious of a campaign, but nonetheless, it was stressful, and it's quite a process, and couldn't have done it without her. Sorry about that.
Okay.
But again, thank you. I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. Happy to do this and respond to the voters of San Joaquin County and allow you to get started doing the important restructuring work and staffing work that you need to do to hit the ground running. Believe me, we all understand up here the stresses of campaigning and how incredibly important having supportive family and friends in your corner is. I think we all feel the same way about our support system. I totally understand that while your race may not have been quite as contentious as some of ours have been, it's tough nevertheless, and especially as a first-time campaigner seeking elected office, it can take you back a little bit and sort of surprise you at the various stresses and challenges that you face. So congratulations. We are also pleased that the voters of San Joaquin County have spoken, and that there's going to be a seamless transition within our Auditor Controller's office. And so I'm very pleased to support this item today.
Thank you.
Before I call in, and this is for our IT team, I have listed 2 speakers up in the top box. I have only Supervisor Miller listed, and above her, I have no speakers in queue. So one of the 2 of you is, I assume, Supervisor Patty, I assume that's you?
Yes, Chairman, I did put in, and once again, our IT system is top-notch. Not the staff, but our system, which I believe is in the works. Thank you, Chairman. So as we have an opportunity to appoint you, and congratulations, you've held the fort down, done an outstanding job. I've heard from staff and from our CEO, who has, of course, intimate experience on that department. We welcome you. I do have to ask, through the chair, our CAO, there's mention of voter fraud and impropriety. Are we certain that Mr. Walkamp got the number of votes that needed in order for him to win that election?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so if we make this selection now in advance, it is not in any way going to be challenged. We don't have any state agencies coming down. We're all in the clear.
Yes, correct.
Excellent. Well, you've got my full support. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so we will continue the hand-raising process. Vice Chair Rickman?
Thank you, Chair. Walkamp, congratulations. And you're absolutely correct. When somebody runs for an elected office, it's not just he or she that runs, but their entire family. So it is so very important that you have a strong spouse or partner, family members to go along with the ride with you. So your wife who's sitting here, thank you very much. Probably just as stressful on you as it was on him.
Probably more. Probably
you got to put up with
fault.
him for the couple of months. But no, congratulations. And, I think this is a great idea, and, I'll vote to approve.
Thank you.
I would agree with my fellow supervisors. And you're correct in your comment. It is harder on family or spouses than ourselves because we sign up for it. They don't. And more importantly, when we're criticized, which happens frequently, we can respond. And unfortunately, they don't have that opportunity. So it is a disadvantage. I want to thank you. And I really appreciate your decision making, your leadership in regards to your decision to leave the position open, because I believe that, one, that was the right thing to do, but more importantly, I always believe that elections are much more powerful and greater confidence builders than appointments are. And by virtue of that, and clearly, I be honest with you, I never doubted your ability to succeed. But again, I think this is the electorate really has a tremendous amount of influence and power. And by virtue of your election, you have been validated in regards to you need to be the person there. And so certainly based upon your predecessor and the work he did, and I know that you learned a lot from him, and I know since he's gone to other areas that you've also grown and created your own legacy, so to speak. So again, I want to thank you for not only what you've done up to now, but I certainly look forward to what you can do, especially when you get some help, because I know you've been doing 2 jobs, during this period. So again, congratulations. Thank you very much. And also, and you're absolutely right. We couldn't do this job without a staff that does really the majority of the work. But also, you can't set aside the leadership, which allows them to do their job better. So again, thank you for what you've done and what you're about to do, and we look forward to your future. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 9. Good morning.
Good morning.
I pulled this item not necessarily because of the position, but I know that we have had various conversations in regards to recruitment and retention. And I guess one of the reasons in this particular position, and knowing the challenges we face, not only by losing an excellent behavioral services director, but the problem is we weren't even close in regards to what he was offered. And my point is, in regards to this particular item and the amounts that are discussed, I guess my question is, and I'll leave it to my fellow board members, but I would say that maybe as a board we need to address this and I know we've talked about it numerous times. I know you've had numerous discussions, certainly with CEO and department heads, so this isn't new to you. But I guess my question is, and I'll also defer to the CEO, is maybe we would have an opportunity as a board to really sit down and have a lengthy discussion about this whole process of recruitment and retention. And the reason I ask that is because, as you know, Director Hopkins, that we've all had conversations, both collectively and individually, with our department heads, and we have numerous critical positions that are vacant. And so what I'd like to at least offer or suggest is the possibility that maybe we can sit down as a board, and certainly with you as the director and our CEO, and try to discuss more of a global effort on how we can do some of these things, because I think we've relied, which I think you've done a great job in your expertise and review of these proposals, but I think we may need to have a little more of discussion on a broader sense to see how we can fill those positions, because what we have is we have department heads who are doing sometimes double or triple duty because we can't fill these high-level positions. Just my suggestion. So I'll leave it to the rest of my. Hold on, I've got somebody. Oh, Supervisor Miller, is that correct?
Well, no, but I do actually have some questions.
All right, let's go back to the hand raising. I'll ignore the electronics.
I agree that we need to have a discussion as a board about this. It's not just that because of the economy, workers are harder to find, especially qualified workers. But there are some departments, whether, not trying to talk down about some departments, but there are some areas in the workforce right now that are critically understaffed in this state that we struggle against. And behavioral health services is one of those. We struggle at every level of behavioral health services. We struggle at recruiting and retaining clinicians. We struggle with all the way up the ladder. But in terms of leadership, this is a position, as we heard some of the folks from the board speak, this is a position that has the ability to not only deliver a much higher level of services to folks in this county, it also has the ability to bring in a tremendous amount of outside dollars to fund delivery of those services. And that skill is something that not every behavioral health service director has. And so we do need to talk about it. And there are a couple other departments that we have experienced it in the past with certain types of engineers. We need to have this discussion, I believe, on an ongoing basis so that we stay on top of the employment market in the state of California, so that the county doesn't lose critical leadership and critical service delivery folks, and we're able to manage that within the overall picture of our organization. I know it's complicated and I know it's difficult, and frankly, a lot of the collective bargaining agreements tie our hands in some respects at some levels, but we need to try to figure this out and stay on top of it. So I would concur with the chair. We do need to have this discussion about how do we maintain a top quality workforce in San Joaquin County.
Well, I've got a 50-50 shot on the next one. I'll go to Supervisor Patty. How's that?
Thank you, Chairman. Good guess. I'm troubled on this issue in this one capacity. Several weeks back, 5, 6, 8 weeks ago, whatever it was, I had noted that there was discussions of possibly losing staff, and it seems at this point we're now reactive instead of being proactive. When I mentioned that, again, weeks ago, exactly if it was 4, 6, 8 weeks, forgive me for not remembering, was it too late to engage with our now departing director, or did those engagements not go anywhere? What happens that we've lost that director?
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, through the CAO's office and through Human Resources, we did engage in conversations with both Director Diederich and soon-to-departed Chief Deputy Director Bartan regarding his salary and compensation package.
So you engaged at that time, but whatever we had engaged or offered, it wasn't sufficient? Is that what we would gather?
That is correct.
Understood. So what are we doing now? You're asking for a slight amendment. Is that for that position?
Yes, we're asking for an amendment to that position. And Director Diederich and I have had another conversation that we can share with the board. In response to the 3 comments so far, Human Resources is engaging with all departments right now through the board's strategic priorities. We have several strategic priorities around recruitment and retention. We do plan to come back shortly in closed session to request some policy, authority, and direction from the board.
Okay, thank you. That satisfies my question. Thank you, Chairman.
So based upon your comment, I assume that what I'm, suggesting is already in place or already in the works?
It's in motion, yes.
Okay.
Collecting some data, Chair Wynn, and formulating some policy recommendations to bring to you in closed session, also in conjunction with current negotiations, but we're looking at unrepresented employees and all of our employees through across all county departments.
Yeah. And I would also offer that it's not just our higher level positions. I had a conversation with the department head recently that, because of the lack of applicants, they're having to modify their availability of their services, which we hope we can eliminate. So again, Vice Chair Rickman, did you have a, well, welcome, Supervisor Villaputa. Vice Chair Rickman, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair. I didn't, but I'll pipe in real quick. No, I agree with you 100%. And, we have to be proactive, and I think we all know that. We have great employees. We have very talented employees. And in order to keep them here in this county, we're going to have to be competitive with their surrounding areas. And if that means offering financial incentives, so be it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add a couple of comments here that will be in alignment with what you all are asking, and it's the non-monetary aspect of retaining and attracting employees. And for those department heads and assistant department heads who've been in my department head meetings recently, which we have every other month, we just had our latest one last week, the theme of a lot of what we're covering is leadership and how to be great leaders, how to develop great leaders underneath us and cascade that downward so that environmentally and reputationally we're a place where people want to come and where they want to stay. I just want to caution that simply throwing money at the issue is not going to solve the problem. All that may do is give folks who want to leave a little more leverage in order to get their next position somewhere else. Something else I want to add is as the marketplace is shifting right now, we're seeing people who have maybe left the county a year or two ago because of potentially greener economic pastures, either down the valley or over the hill, wanting to come back. Okay, and so money all by itself, I just want to caution, is not going to solve the problem, and it may just create a bidding war among folks who are looking to leave in the first place. So I just want to put that out there, that this is a holistic solution that we need to apply. Money is a component of it, but there are other factors, and we're trying to address those as well. Thank you.
Well, I would agree with that because I attended a national conference last week and over the weekend, and this isn't a local problem. This is a national problem. It's probably a worldwide problem, but you're right. And in some of the presentations, they did talk about issues in regards to work environment, but mental health. They also talked about in regards to the, I want to say overall compensation as opposed to focus on salary alone. And so I would agree with you that we need to look at the larger picture. There was a lot of discussion around telecommuting in regards to attracting applicants because a lot of the counties, and this is obviously a national county convention, there was a lot of agencies that have almost gone 100% telecommuting. And why? Because there is an advantage of that over driving, especially in this market where we're talking about the cost of transportation. We heard from union representatives in regards to the cost of community Bay Area. When you're paying, when your fuel bill is 2 to 3 times more than it was previously, and you're not getting any pay increases, that has an impact. So I would agree with you. We need to look at the bigger picture in regards to how we can not just attract, but certainly retain our employees. Okay. Supervisor Puda, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry I'm running late.
That's okay. All right. With that, I'll leave it to the board whether we want to approve this particular consent item or we want to hold off. Hawkins, what time frame do you expect to come back to the board with your recommendations?
The overall county recommendations, Chairman?
Right.
We probably need a few more weeks. I think on this specific item, though, Director Diederich and I were having a conversation, and I will need county council's direction on if we can modify our board letter for this, make a recommendation that's different than what is contained in the board letter. Director Diederich?
And Chair Nguyen, just I'm coming at it from, I know Tony, 5 years ago, I was able to recruit him successfully from the private sector in Stanislaus County. I think he brought a lot of accountability, leadership, improving quality, collaboration. We brought him in at step 5. It was actually $70,000 less than he was making at the time, including his bonus in the private sector. The job offer, and I was trying to get out in front of this because I know the job was opening in Stanislaus County. His offer is actually slightly more than $50,000 in his current salary here, so I can't begrudge him. He also got an offer from Ventura County. And I'm coming at this more, how are we going to be successfully able to recruit? We have a prior chief deputy director that went to another county that I'd like to try to have them come back, because I'm coming at this primarily, are we going to be able to successfully recruit and get that next level 5 leader within our county? And it is the recommendation on the table right now, I don't think is going to be sufficient. I'm looking at it, and if we brought the individual in at step 5, it's approximately $190,000. So I know the letter talks a little bit about spread between managers, and I know in the unrepresented resolution there's a section 4.1 that kind of dictates a spread between 7 and 25%. So I'd be Tony's licensed, or this position requires licensure. I'm fine with it being substantially higher, and Brandy and I did talk about a dollar amount.
So if I understand you correctly, you obviously have somebody in mind, but you're working on the details in regards to what would be a reasonable recommendation for attracting that particular individual. Is that correct?
Beyond the culture of our organization, as the CEO spoke about, I think obviously if they're coming from another organization that pays approximately what we're paying, but it's much smaller, we have a lot of opportunities here. I know Tony was, I wouldn't say a kid in a candy shop, but I know he really, part of the reason why he was here, even though he's making less money, was because there's a lot of opportunity. I know his heart is really in serving this population, but in order to recruit successfully, specifically somebody who is a known quantity, I do believe we need to go higher than the current recommendation.
So are you recommending that you hold off on this particular consent item and to be able to work out greater details as far as pursuing that particular position?
County Council Miles, if we had a monetary change, is that something we can propose verbally now for the board to consider? We need to bring it back.
The board can entertain those options.
So Chairman, after discussions with Director Diederich, what we would like to recommend to the board, I do not have it in the biweekly amount that it's listed here, but that the HR has direction to go to 210 annually at the top.
Okay. All right.
And I just comment, I think I've been transparent with the board that is still substantially less than Stanislaus, but I think it would be allow us to viably recruit at that. I'd like to go as quickly as possible to that recruitment. Tony's last day is, I believe, the 18th, but he has some time off in that interim. I will need to appoint an interim director that is clinical licensed and report that to the state. I know similar to when Jim Garrett, the prior director, passed, we kind of bifurcated that role between an administrative deputy and a clinical one. But I think, realistically, if I'm not successful with my idea of working with an individual to have them come back, this could take several months to recruit.
Okay. All right. So I don't know. I'm not going to go with Supervisor Miller. I assume that's you.
Yes. My question would be to County Council. Do we need to pull this for a separate vote now, or can we simply accept the amendment to the board letter to raise the top level to 210 and then keep it on consent?
It can remain on consent and accept it as an amended recommendation to raise the upper level to 2.
Okay, then from my standpoint, I would accept that recommendation and keep it on consent.
Okay. Do you need a motion and a second on this particular item, or just?
No, it can continue on the consent calendar.
Okay. So with the modification as to the amount.
As recommended by staff.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Any comments from the board? Thank you very much. Item number 11, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe Director Woods is coming down. Had just a couple of questions and maybe a little just sharing for the record what some of the use of this funds would be and the accomplishments that maybe have been done thus far in comparison to what the plans are moving forward. I know there's always a constant debate and challenge what we're doing with the homeless population. So I thought maybe it might be a great opportunity to share some of these plans and the accomplishments through your department.
Okay, fantastic. Good morning, board members. Supervisor Patty through the chair. Actually, this is a kind of an exciting new endeavor on part of Human Services Agency to implement a housing and disability advocacy program. It's a locally, excuse me, a locally administered program that provides housing supports and disability benefits advocacy and to individuals who are likely eligible to disability benefits. So we released an RFP to the community. We had 5 respondents show up to the pre-conference RFP meeting. We actually only received 1 proposal from Central Valley Low Income Housing proposing on the housing, the housing support side of the RFP, which obviously Central Valley Low Income Housing is a great partner in the community. They've been a great partner of the Human Services Agency. So what they will do is serve the chronically homeless to give an opportunity for our staff at the Human Services Agency to refer those chronically homeless individuals to Central Valley Low Income Housing, as well as the coordinated entry system for those housing navigation services. What's kind of exciting also is while we didn't receive a proposal for the disability advocacy side of the RFP, we did have a vendor come out afterward who didn't realize that the opportunity was there, California Rural Legal Assistance, which is a new partner for the Human Services Agency. So I see that as an exciting new opportunity, and they're going to provide disability advocacy services in coordination with Central Valley Low Income Housing. So that's a really exciting opportunity. I think this is a population that obviously needs assistance, needs the supporting hand to come along them and move them to housing, and also to have income that is stable and that they're eligible to and that's very much deserved. So,
would you be able to identify, maybe it might be premature, but what would be a typical candidate for a person to be in this program? Is it dealing with primarily the unsheltered, perhaps people that are already in a shelter system and they're identified as a qualified candidate to be part of this program?
It could certainly be both. The primary individuals are chronically homeless, so those individuals could be in the shelter population. Those referrals could come through our Human Services Agency Adult Protective Services system, as well as the coordinated entry system. So those individuals that are engaged with the shelters or just come in contact with some of our partners out in the community that are perhaps in the encampments. But those individuals are likely eligible to disability benefits, and you know that the system for applying for disability benefits can be very arduous, and individuals need a lot of assistance there. So yeah, there's definitely a need in the community, and this is, again, a new endeavor and part of the Human Services Agency to provide that service.
So by all intents and purposes, initiating this program and with the population and identifying individuals that have disability challenges, this would be a program that's in perpetuity. I don't know if it's there's a plan once you bring somebody in, you've given them treatments and they're now going to go through a gateway to independence, or are we dealing with people that are dealing with disabilities that would oftentimes need continuous support services?
I think your typical candidate is going to have ongoing disability challenges that will keep them on in receiving disability benefits in perpetuity.
And looking at it, I believe the funding was coming through the state.
Correct.
So the state is making what seemingly would be perhaps a long-term commitment. Once we start these projects, we wouldn't get the carpet yanked out from underneath.
That's correct. And one of the things that's really exciting about this is, from a financial perspective, this program has existed for some time at the state, but it was very poorly funded. And the state, I think, finally recognized that the need was in the community. and that it didn't require, the new iteration of the program does not require significant expense on part of the county. In fact, it's fully funded by the state. So.
Excellent. And I believe, is this something that you in your department and staff had pursued?
Yes, we actually applied for this, and we're very excited to bring this to the community.
Excellent. Well, I wanted to bring you forward, take a little victory lap, although I do not believe that's premature. You identified, obviously, there's a need and there's an opportunity to help some of the individuals that have some chronic issues that we can help. So thank you. I appreciate it. That's all, Chairman.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Woods. All right. Any Supervisor Villaputra, was there any item that you wanted to pull?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. I need a motion and a second on the consent.
So moved.
Okay. Moved. Second. Please vote. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you all. All right, moving to scheduled public hearings. Public Works hearing on establishment of Community Facilities District 2022-1 maintenance for all districts. Director Buckman.
Good morning, Chairwoman and board members. Fritz Buckman with your Department of Public Works. This is the time and date set for a public hearing regarding the proposed countywide Community Facilities District 2022-1. Creation of this Community Facilities District, or CFD, will establish an efficient means to provide public services for smaller developments where establishing a standalone special district is impractical. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding formation of the district. Following the presentation and any questions from the board, we recommend that you conduct a public hearing and consider approving staff's recommendations. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Engineering Services Manager Alex Chetley. Mr. Chetley.
Thank you. Oh, where's the, sorry. Okay. So currently there are 3 subdivisions under development along East Main Street, east of Stockton, and they're required to provide landscaping along East Main Street and storm drainage treatment. And currently no district or other mechanism exists to fund the maintenance of those required improvements. There are also several other major subdivisions that have been approved or are progressing through the entitlement process that are in similar situations. These subdivisions are in similar situations in that they are located outside a district to fund maintenance of their improvements, or a district exists but does not include those services. To address the needs of the Ligurian Estates subdivisions and provide a solution for future developments, we are proposing to form a countywide community facilities districts, or CFD, with tax zones that can be tailored to meet the specific maintenance needs of these projects. With this initial formation effort, we propose the creation of one tax zone which encompasses the Ligurian Estate subdivisions. Upon approval, the taxes levied against the properties will fund maintenance services for landscaping and storm drainage treatment. Additional tax zones can be created for future projects using an expedited approval process for which board action is unnecessary. Benefits of this approach include reduced costs, avoids the creation of impractically small CFDs, it streamlines the project approval process, and provides flexibility for each project's needs. Also, a CFD is not subject to the benefit apportionment and rate adjustment process requirements of Proposition 218, and allows for perpetual annual inflationary adjustments. The proposed CFD is also consistent with existing county policies for providing infrastructure-related services. For fiscal year 2022-23, the proposed annual rates are shown for developed lots within the subdivisions, and the developer has agreed to these maximum charges. Each year, rates may be adjusted for inflation using CPI or 5%, whichever is less. The revenues from Tax Zone 1 will fund the maintenance of storm drainage treatment devices within the subdivision and the landscaping along East Main Street.
This concludes our presentation regarding the proposed countywide CFD. Following any questions your board may have, it's our recommendation that you conduct a public hearing and consider approving staff's recommendations as enumerated on this slide. Thank you, Chair Wynn and board members. Mr. Chetley and I are available to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. All right. I will open the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this particular item? Okay. Seeing none, close the public hearing. In regards, before the vote, just a couple of questions. Obviously, this is an annual fee. This is not talking about monthly, this is talking about annual fee, correct?
It's an annual special tax that's placed on the property tax roll.
Okay. And as currently presented, it only applies to 3 subdivisions, correct?
That's correct.
Not to anybody else?
Not to anybody else.
Okay. And in the future, and you talk about other subdivisions in the pipeline, so to speak, in the future, would there be other considerations for maintenance of infrastructure other than drainage or landscaping? For example, lighting, things like that.
Correct. The way the district is set up, we can provide any service through the district that the Mello-Roos Act allows. So street maintenance, storm drain treatment, landscaping, street lighting,
flood protection,
maintenance,
flood protection,
drainage, all those can be provided. The main services we cannot provide through a CFD would be water supply and sewer.
Okay, all right. So it's essentially a Mello-Roos.
It's a services Mello-Roos district. That's correct.
Okay, all right. I have somebody who is, Vice Chair. Okay, Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. How would you go about for water treatment or sewer? How would you put that on the development in a specific area?
Well, if a new development came to us requiring public water or public sewer services, we would have to create a special district for them.
Or can you do like a development agreement or something? For something specific?
Yeah, not typically a development agreement, and those, as I mentioned, those 2 services can't be provided through a mechanism like this, so really a standalone district is your only option in that situation, or getting services, say, through a nearby city.
Right. All right, and I know CFDs, and I'm glad our chair mentioned that it's just for a specific area and that it's not going to be a tax on everybody. Nope. And, and I've had the opportunity to be involved in, several different CFDs, and, those folks that are in the community that want great landscaping or great roadways or whatever, their infrastructure, like you mentioned, usually they are willing to pay for it, and it just doesn't become a burden on the rest of the city or take funds that may not be there in order to help that infrastructure. So I think CFDs play a very important role into keeping our infrastructure in these specific districts up to par.
Great, and we would be doing these CFDs as we have with the particular tax zone before you. Those are upon request of the developer, so it's solving a maintenance need that they have. So it's a voluntary thing.
So the question arises: if these fees are not paid, the service isn't provided?
I would have to double check, but I think they maybe teetered, and so we get the special taxes regardless of whether they're paid or not, and when the county collects them, they collect the penalties and interest that goes along with it. I would have to double check to confirm that these are teetered, but I suspect they are.
Well, the reason I raised the question is because when I was on city council in Ripon, we had a lighting district basically, and it went through, and this particular one went through the 218 process and was rejected. They couldn't handle the increased electricity costs, obviously, so they had to reduce the amount of lights that were maintained, which cut it probably about 60% of the lights were turned off.
Right.
And so they went back with a community services district specifically for that particular item, which then allowed them to receive the revenues necessary to keep all the lights on. So that was my question, is in regards to, if you don't have money to maintain it, how do you maintain it? And I know we've talked about this with water issues, for example, in regards to certain districts, that the county can't fund a district that is supposed to fund itself. And we can't take it from another district where residents have paid for that particular service and transfer it to this one. So I was just a question, if you don't have the maintenance money available, do you not maintain it? And I don't think anybody, any resident would not want their basic, whether it be sewer or landscaping or stormwater treatment or whatever it happened to be, I don't think they would want that to go without maintenance. So anyway, Supervisor Miller?
I guess my question is to County Council on this. Is that the difference between an assessment that's formed through the Prop 218 process and a CFD that is essentially a parcel tax, that this goes on the tax roll as a property tax, and so if it's not paid, it becomes a lien the same way that not paying your property taxes becomes a lien?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so that would explain the difference between having to not have the money for the services and shut off services, and in this case, services get paid for, it just would become a lien on the property taxes. Got it. Thank you.
With water and sewer rates, one of the challenges under Prop 218 with those types of service charges is that we can only do inflationary adjustments for 5 years at a time, and to continue adjustments after that time, you have to go through a whole new 218 process. This CFD process avoids that. It allows for perpetual inflation adjustments.
I also read in the staff report, it also provides, that fee also provides for replacement costs, correct?
Correct. Correct. We've built that into the maximum rates.
Because I know we've had that discussion in regards to town hall meetings, in regards to increased rates, is that, after a number of years, that whatever it is, infrastructure, needs replacement. So I appreciate the fact that those who are paying those fees will obviously be able to maintain their service levels.
Yeah, when we establish any new district today, we set the rates where we think in the future the only adjustments we'll need to make is for inflation.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chair, real quick. Like you said, it's voluntary. So, all right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, with that, I need a motion, a second.
Move to approve?
Second.
Adopted 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have hearing on the revised Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Sub-Basin Sustainability Plan. Director Buckman.
Good morning again, Chair Wynn and board members. Fritz Buckman with your Department of Public Works. The item currently before you is to consider adopting the revised Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Sub-Basin Sustainability Plan. First, I'll start with a little background. In 2014, California enacted the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, which required formation of groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, which were responsible to develop and adopt groundwater sustainability plans, or GSPs, and submit them to DWR by specified deadlines. GSPs are required to result in sustainable groundwater use within 20 years. In January 2020, the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority, a joint powers agency composed of 16 GSAs, prepared and submitted a GSP to DWR in January 2020. In January 2022, after reviewing the GSP, DWR notified the GWA that it deemed the GSP incomplete. DWR identified several areas of the GSP that it found deficient and requested the following corrective actions: to clarify GWA's management approach during dry years, clarify how drinking water users were considered in establishing minimum thresholds, to clarify GWA's management approach with respect to groundwater quality, and to clarify GWA's management approach for subsidence or land subsidence. The deadline to respond to DWR's comment and adopt revisions to the GSP is tomorrow, July 27th, 2022. To determine how to respond to DWR's comments, the GWA convened an ad hoc technical advisory committee and an ad hoc legal and policy committee. DWA staff and consultants drafted 4 technical memoranda addressing specific aspects of DWR's comments for review and refinement over a number of meetings. Technical memoranda provided the logical and technical basis for GSP revisions. Earlier this month, the GWA board accepted the revised GSP and recommended that the GSAs adopt it. All 16 GSAs have adopted or are scheduled to adopt the revised GSP before tomorrow's deadline to submit it to DWR. As a reminder, the county governs 2 GSAs in the eastern San Joaquin subbasin. County GSA ESJ1 consists of wide areas outside of any water district or city. County GSA ESJ2 consists of the California Water Service Company service area within the unincorporated county and is shown in orange on the slide. And I'm sorry, the light blue is GSA number 1. Chairman and board members, this concludes my presentation. I recommend that the board conduct a public hearing and consider adopting the revised Eastern San Joaquin Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan on behalf of county groundwater sustainability agencies ESJ1 and ESJ2, and authorize the Director of Public Works as a plan manager to submit the revised GSP to the California Department of Water Resources on behalf of the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority upon adoption of the revised GSP by all of the GSAs. I'm available to address any questions you might have at this point.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Quick question. I've heard grumblings, and perhaps you can bring us up to speed, and the chairman also is well informed on this, but I've heard there might be a vicious rumor. I'm uncertain, so I want to get a little clarity, but is the California State Water Board, I believe is the agency that's now talking about taking over all the groundwater management. Is there any truth to that or any update, as we've worked very diligent, and I know our chairman did, and the prior director and yourself and many people have worked, these different competing water agencies have done their part to do exactly what needed to be done to show that they worked together and put together a plan and ready for management of it. What's the status on this rumor?
Well, potential water board intervention has been a great motivator in this process. If we don't meet tomorrow's deadline, the water board could declare our subbasin to be in probation, and then we would have 180 days to address any deficiencies that put us into probation. And if we didn't do that, the water board can intervene, and they could take over groundwater management and impose some pretty scarily high fees, let's put it that way, and mandatory monitoring requirements for all groundwater users in the entire 1,200 square mile subbasin, which is an enormous undertaking just in and of itself. But at this point, we are on track to have all the GSAs adopt the GSP. The last ones are today, including ours at the county. There are 3 others that will finish off all 16, and then we are set. Assuming all the adoptions get done today, we are ready to submit to DWR immediately, and so that should be a non-issue. And then we have to wait for DWR to make a determination regarding the sufficiency of our plan. They had 2 years initially to develop initial comments, but interestingly, there's no specified turnaround time for this final review after we've addressed their comments. So we just have to wait and see how they react to how we revised the plan based on their comments.
So the rumor I'd had heard, and again, I have no idea how valid it is, but that in spite of all this work, in spite of all the deadlines, in spite of all the agreements put in place, there's rumor, and it may be a blatantly false rumor, and it may not even have reached you guys who are much more in the know about this than I am, but I got a phone call from a family friend that farms and has groundwater use for his land over east of San Joaquin County. And he had said that the state was still likely or threatening or might be looking to take over groundwater management, even though we've done and other agencies will have met the requirements to remain independent.
I hadn't heard that, and I have to say I'd strongly doubt that, because it's an enormous undertaking, and they have their hands full for surface water. They can't keep up with what the responsibilities are for surface water, let alone taking on groundwater management within potentially, there are, I think, about 130 groundwater subbasins where SGMA applies. They're just not equipped to manage that large number of basins. So I don't think they want to come in and intervene unless they feel like they have to. And in fact, DWR and State Water Board staff have been good partners as we've gone through this plan development process. So
okay.
I hadn't heard that, and frankly, I would doubt that they're really looking to do that.
Totally understood, and I appreciate a little bit of clarity. I'll let them know it might be a vicious rumor at this stage, but never underestimate the veracity of a government agency to think they can do bigger and more if they just hire more staff and bring in more state funding. But at this time, it doesn't sound like it. And again, you and our chairman would be much more in the know about this than I did. I'm just asking the question as I was asked recently about it. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that question, I would say, first of all, San Joaquin County, at least the eastern San Joaquin Basin, has been a leader in regards to SGMA. And I say that because when we first started, we had, I believe, 22 GSAs that were identified. We're down to 16, and the reason some went to other basins and others partnered collaboratively and joined together. The problem is that when this first started, after it was passed in 14 and 15, the Department of Water Resources really, based upon the legislation, didn't know where to start. I mean, this is something that was created out of nothing, although it's been used in other states. And so it was San Joaquin County, and certainly the partners that we have with the irrigation districts, the cities, et cetera, that work collaboratively with DWR, who attended all our meetings, and actually created from nothing something that has been viable. Since the very beginning, there's been this rumor, I guess, that this is an attempt by the state to take over our water. And as Director Buckman talks about, they're overwhelmed. They were overwhelmed by this legislation, and really working collaboratively with them, for example, when a situation arose, we would ask the DWR representative in the meeting, and they would say, well, we haven't dealt with this. And so my point is that we developed this process in this county and other counties to ensure that the end result was satisfactory, certainly for all water users, including agriculture. I would also offer to say that one of the things that as we went through the different iterations, it was a challenge. But one of the things that we focused from the very beginning was that we wanted to make sure that your water district or your irrigation district or wherever you receive your water, city water, whatever, that they maintain their autonomy, which means that they control their operations, period. There are other basins around the state where they had the authority to dictate on how a particular agency operated their water system. We didn't do that. And so by virtue of allowing the autonomy, sometimes it's been a challenge because there's been some who have, over a period of time, have been a little bit slow in addressing those particular deadlines. However, I want to attribute Director Buckman, the previous Public Works Director, and certainly our Public Works staff for doing an outstanding job, and not just with DWR, but also with all the GSAs, and countless hours of discussion to ensure that everybody understands their role and responsibility. And I hate to say it, but you know, the simple challenge that we're faced with, we sink or swim. And when Supervisor Patty talks about, you know, the State Water Control Board taking over, that primarily would occur, probably more importantly, in 2040 when the deadline arrives that we reach that sustainability. We have 25 projects within this county to reduce our groundwater usage to reach that sustainability level. And by virtue of that, one of the things that we've worked very hard and been able to cooperate with one another is that if one GSA fails, that potentially disqualifies or defaults the groundwater plan, which we're talking about now as far as the revised. And if that happens, then the State Water Control Board can come in and say, you don't meet the standards of sustainability, and therefore we're going to run your basin and all the GSAs that are involved, and we're going to tell you how to administer your water usage, any kind of projects that's necessary. And as Director Buckman talks about, their cost for doing that is exorbitant. I mean, it's way beyond anything we would even imagine in this county from any water districts or cities. So my point is that I want to thank certainly Director Buckman and his staff. I want to thank the GSAs because they've done their part, and from the smallest districts to the largest. And I think we're in very good. In fact, to be honest with you, I heard from representatives from DWR and from other county supervisors around the state that San Joaquin County was used as a model because we were very complex, I'll put it that way. But we worked through those challenges and we put it together. So I want to certainly recognize all that have been involved because I think you all, whoever water district you belong to or receive your water, has done a tremendous job in meeting our goals. And unfortunately, you know, I can say 2040. Well, you know, 2040 sounds like a long ways off. The 25 projects we have in the state of California, it takes at least 10 years to put a shovel in the ground. And so if you're talking about, you know, meeting that standard, we need to continue to move quickly. And so again, I understand I've had those same questions posed to me, monitoring meters, those types of things. And we have charted a course from the very beginning, 2015. We maintained that, and I think all of you here who obviously receive your water are well served by whoever provides that. So again, I want to thank Director Buckman and your staff, and certainly on this particular revision. It was interesting. I won't bring up the details, but there were certain things that I thought they don't even apply to this county or this basin. So, but again, those are the questions I almost want to say sometimes they were boilerplate questions that everybody got, but nonetheless, we all met the challenge. So having said that, the public hearing, anybody wishing to comment? Close the public hearing. Okay, pleasure of the board.
I would move to approve with thanks for all the hard work that went into this, to everybody involved.
Second motion.
Please vote. And it is adopted 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, moving on to our next items. The final update for the San Joaquin County Incumbent Apprenticeship Program.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Oriana Mahoney, and I am the Staff Development Coordinator in Human Resources. When we speak of county retention, as CAO Wolferding stated, there are things outside of monetary compensation that could entice recruitment and retention. Chair Wynn stated telework is a great example, but what I'm going to speak to today is one of the human resources tools that highlight employee growth, organizational commitment, and employee dedication. This program is our San Joaquin County Incumbent Apprenticeship Program. In this program, we really do try and grow our own. When we talk about San Joaquin County and we talk about greatness grows here, we really try and do what we can to make sure that our employees have a leg up. And so one of the ways that we do this is through this program. We have an Information Systems Division, Informational Systems Specialist Apprenticeship currently that we adopted through the board on July 9th, 2019. So thanks to the commitment from this board and really putting forth the resources, we were able to launch this pilot program in July of 2019. Year one of our program started January 2020, where our 3 apprentices participated in an education component, attending classes for the entire year at San Joaquin Delta College. Around March, April, those courses shifted to online virtual platform because of COVID-19. Thankfully, we were able to still sustain the program model because those participants were given up to 8 hours a week for in-class time, and they were able to do that online while still doing their 32 hours per week spent in their department fulfilling their normal duties. In year two, I broke this down in 2 ways, mainly because January and February, COVID-19 was not slowing down, and we still had to take a pause in the program as far as the on-the-job training. So for those 2 months, we still had students, the staff going to courses, and they were still taking their 8 hours of education and their 32 hours of school online. The program design was built with a cushion for mishaps and delays. Thankfully, in the program design and how it was created initially, not knowing there would be a COVID-19, we built in so much time for them to be able to do the on-the-job component that it didn't cause a hiccup or delay in the program other than those 2 short months where they weren't able to sit side by side with a fellow ISD employee. ISD did amazing things, and they were able to find a way to begin offering the on-the-job training component for those 12 hours per week with social distancing and ensuring compliance with public health guidelines. So that was happening March 2021 through December 2021 in year two. 20 hours were spent in the employee's original classification, while 8 hours were in school, and then we had those 12 hours of on-the-job training. We are currently in year 3, which is the final year of the program. Staff are fully removed from their original roles in their home departments. They're still getting those 8 hours a week to complete their education components, but 32 hours a week are now being spent in ISD for the on-the-job training. Classes in this 3rd year have really shifted to more of a hybrid model where some of it is being done online, but they're also able to engage in-class time as well. So as I stated, this 3-year incumbent pilot program will soon sunset, and our students will soon graduate. In December of 2022, they will be entering into their final semester coming up in the next couple of weeks here. So when we think about this program and we're trying to figure out what to do with it now that we've completed this pilot program, or almost completed this pilot program, for our students, for our staff, for our incumbents, upon completion, they'll be able to be eligible to participate in applying for Information Systems Division specialists. For the first time, they'll be eligible to do that. So that's really exciting. If no positions are available at that time, which we don't foresee that happening, but if no positions are available, then they would just revert back to their original classifications. When we think of future programs, and we've talked a lot about behavioral health today, we really understand that there's a need there. And so Human Resources has identified behavioral health services as the next department to participate with the program beginning of fall 2023. And we're looking at 2 different classifications, mental health specialist 1 and psychiatric technician, as one of those to be able to launch into the next program. And we're going to come back in approximately January to go over those approvals for the next program. One of the reasons that we selected those 2 classifications and the behavioral health department was because we really wanted to target and recruit classifications that are hard to recruit, as well as things that would allow for a livable wage and something that is going to be in high demand. We don't want to train our staff on something that is going to be obsolete or irrelevant 4 years after they graduate. So we want to make sure that we're really pushing the envelope and trying to find things that are outside of the box and ways that we're able to have retention, and people will then commit to our organization because of what we've dedicated to them. So before we have questions, we do have a small video that we wanted to show, so I will leave it to play that. My name is Oriana Mahoney, and I am the Staff Development Coordinator. In Human Resources with San Joaquin County. The San Joaquin County Incumbent Apprenticeship Program is a program that we started 3 years ago. It began in January 2020 as a pilot program giving opportunities for county staff to be able to advance their careers. Through our partnerships with our lead education agency, San Joaquin Delta College, as well as our Information Systems Division here at San Joaquin County, our participants have had an opportunity to gain hands-on experience and education credits that are going to take them far in this journey. In December 2022, our program will sunset. Our 3 participants will receive a certificate from San Joaquin Delta College that will allow them to be able to apply for positions that they would not otherwise be eligible for.
Hi, my name is Allison Thomason. I'm with Information Systems Division, and I'm currently an administrative assistant in the department.
My name is Maurice Taylor. I'm from Registrar Voters Office.
Hi, I'm Jessica Gomez from County Council Department.
What specialty in ISD are you planning to steer towards?
Specialty, well, currently we are apprenticing for the service desk, but eventually I would like to see myself become an ISA and possibly be a part of the innovation team.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Well, hopefully in 5 years, I'll be a valued member of the ISD team, working somewhere here in the county and putting everything that I've learned in class to work for the county.
Now that you can see the end of the program in sight, what feelings do you have about this experience?
I have very happy feelings towards this experience. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I hope to make everyone proud going further in my career.
What has been the best part of this opportunity?
For me, given this opportunity, would be going back to school to get my degree and allowing my kids to see as well that it doesn't matter how old you are, if you have your dream set on something, that it's never too late. You can still go and fulfill that.
The best part of the opportunity has been the long-lasting friendships and relationships that I've been able to make. Not only with the people that I've gone through the program with, but also with the people that have been in ISD that, have helped us out, have given us guidance when we needed it. That's been really important, and that's helped us a lot.
If you could keep one thing the same about this program, what would it be?
What I would keep the same about this program is definitely the support we've received regarding school. Everyone wants us to do well, and we really feel that, and we would like to see that continue with the future program of this, is just being able to have that additional time for school while still being able to get that hands-on experience.
What have you learned about yourself through this experience?
I've learned to give myself grace. I feel like I would get down on myself when I was being challenged in some of the classes, and a lot of my friends within the department had to remind me, this is new for you, just be patient, it'll all come in time, you're doing a great job. So I would say allowing yourself grace.
What do you feel is your most significant achievement as a participant of this program?
Being able to get 2 associate's degrees on top of the certificate that we're going to get, put in a lot of hard work. So I think that's the one.
Would you recommend this program to others?
I would definitely recommend this program to others. It's definitely improved me, not just professionally, academically, but also personally. It's given me a lot more confidence. It's given me a lot more pride, and I'm really excited to explore the future.
We want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their trust and support in launching this program. Without them, it would not be possible.
San Joaquin County Supervisor Chuck Wynn, I want to thank our participants in our program in regards to being pioneers. You really are the future of our county and certainly our state. So again, congratulations on what you're doing and look forward to your graduation.
We want to thank some of our partners who have got us this far. San Joaquin Delta College has allowed for our participants to be able to receive the education that they need in order to have their career growth happen. Our Information Systems Division is another team that has really put in the effort to ensure the success of these staff. San Joaquin County WorkNet really pushed the envelope in trying to ensure that this program got the launch that it needed. We also want to thank SEIU 1021, as their partnership allowed for us to be able to extend this opportunity to our current staff in this particular classification of Information Systems Specialist. This final stage is really exciting. We cannot wait to be able to extend this offer to other county staff in a variety of classifications, and who knows what types of opportunities we will be able to offer in the future. Thanks to our program design, we are able to complete our program as scheduled. Despite hiccups such as COVID-19, we have still been able to complete our on-the-job training component hours as well as the education piece. Our participants have worked very hard to get to this stage. Some of them will not only be receiving their certificate, but they will also receive an Associate of Science degree, an Associate of Arts degree, and another Associate of Arts degree. We're very proud of the accomplishments that they've made to this point, and we cannot wait to see what they have in store for us in the future. This pilot program has been a huge success. Even though we have one more semester to go, we know that our participants are on the right track. One take win up there.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Before any final comments, let me open up to the public. Any public comments? And none? All right. Any final comments from the board? Supervisor Miller.
I would just say congratulations to everybody involved in this. It appears that you conceived this program. You spent a lot of time planning it about what would be worthwhile, and you were able to implement it. And you have 3 very qualified and very satisfied graduates coming up, which will definitely benefit the county. So I'm excited to see where this goes next and how we can expand this to provide more opportunities to more of our employees, and what the long-term effects will be. If this will indeed lead their current very positive feeling about being a member of the San Joaquin County team, if that's going to carry over and continue. So congratulations, and thank you very much for your creativity in coming up with something like this.
Anyone else? President Villapudra.
Mayor, I just want to say great job on this good teamwork and, showing everybody how we can work together. And I know you do an excellent job of working with everybody, so great job.
Supervisor Patty?
My only question would be, and it's much to the dismay of some supervisors, but what's next? What more can we do?
Well, when I come back in January for our proposal for the behavioral health classification, continuing on with this program, I think that the more that we can invest in, the more opportunities that we're able to create. One of the great things about this program is that it is state and federally recognized. So one of the things that we really wanted to put a stamp on was to make sure that they could go anywhere with these apprenticeships once they were completed and finished. So there are a lot of apprenticeships out there that don't have the state and federal stamp, and like Supervisor Wynn has stated in the past, we are the first of our kind to have done this. And so I think that as the pioneers, we want to make sure that we continue it as well.
And this is also for career advancement within the county.
Correct.
Excellent.
And one of the things that I hear back from often from the participants is just how committed they are to this organization. The fact that we put in the time, money, energy, effort, and the care with all of the staff that helped to support them. And I think that they really do feel committed to the organization in a way that maybe others don't, because they really feel like we've invested. And so I think that growing and expanding this opportunity to other staff would be of high importance when we think about retention, things like that.
Well, that's exactly my next point is, I know that speaking with a couple of directors, they were very excited to be offering this, but they were, much to their shock and dismay, there weren't many participants that were signing up. So I wonder if we could share some of this victory, opportunity, and the net result of how that could lead to promotions and continued opportunity right here in the county with this investment in our own workforce and the human equity that we have.
Yeah, I think that this opportunity, once people really start to, us having these presentations for people to see what's out there and what's available, when we start to promote for our next opportunity, we tend to have a lot of interest in this program. And so I have zero doubts. I know that when it first started, people were concerned as to whether anybody would be interested, and we had 3 times as many applicants as we had anticipated in the initial go-round. So now that it has been a success and we're going to the end of this one, I think that we're not going to have any issues moving forward. And I've had directors reach out to me to say, when can my department be next? And so there's a wide variety of things that we have to look at when it comes to that, but we do want to be able to offer it in the future.
That's actually great news, because I think perhaps maybe this one person's department, there wasn't a lot of buy-in, but you're saying that there was a lot in other departments.
Correct.
Fantastic. Glad to hear that. And one thing that might be beneficial is if we could share, let's say somebody went through the program, they put in, say, a job application for a promotion or a higher position, and they were awarded it because of their new qualification. And let's share that salary increase. By that little bit of effort and participation, it led to some great results. As we all know, making more money and working in this great county would be beneficial for each individual and the county.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations. Very impressive. And, it's awesome that we give our employees a chance to pursue something different, something that's interesting, and, expand their knowledge and their love for this County. And it's also impressive, and just want to reiterate what the chair stated, is that this is the first of its kind, not just in San Joaquin County or in the Bay Area, but in the state of California. So, we're leading the way in that, and also I'd love to see the expansion of it, like Supervisor Patty mentioned. I know we're talking about behavioral health services, but even farther beyond that, we have so many departments that employees can benefit from, or brand new apprentices that can benefit from, and as we mentioned, grew our own, making sure our folks stay here in San Joaquin County and not leave. So again, congratulations, job well done.
Ariana, I want to thank you for your enthusiasm. I've seen you in many different settings and revolving around this program, and I think you've been a catalyst in regards to making it successful. So I want to thank you, and certainly Director Hopkins for your oversight in regards to this moving forward. When I talk about San Joaquin County, one of the things that I'm very proud of is not just this program, but I mentioned the two other programs through our Economic Development Department, dealing with high school apprenticeship programs with our 14 school districts. And then on top of that, our adult program, trying to identify, as you talk about, healthcare professionals, et cetera. And there's one other in the private sector, which is called Health Force Partners, which deals with our 7 hospitals. And for those who are not familiar with San Joaquin County, we are working diligently to take, as Evan demonstrates his graduation, is that we have extremely bright youth that are graduating from high school and going away. But our 7 hospitals have worked together, Health Force Partners, and they are working on training within this county over 200 doctors. And that's important because at any given time, this county is probably short about 350 nurses and psych techs and a whole bunch of other things. So we are doing the best we can to retain our own and make sure that they stay here and do as well as we hope they will. Anyway, again, thank you for the program. Thank you for all that you've done. And as Supervisor Patty talks about, we look forward to expanding the program because I think it makes a difference. And the more advertising that we can do within the county and certainly with the public and our other programs, I think we'll see a major change over the years. It takes a seed, so to speak, to plant, and it grows. And I'm hoping over the next 5 or 10 years, we'll see many more programs to attract our youth, because 2 things are important in this life, in at least our county also, is that education, one, and more importantly, a job. And those are 2 things you're working on, which is a tremendous benefit to our county and certainly to our residents. So again, thank you both for that, and I appreciate all that you're doing. Look forward to seeing what you come up with for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to discussion, Public Works, accept the Hanson Road traffic study, receive the update regarding one-way street pilot project, and determine next steps. So, Director Buckman. And here they come. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You wear many hats.
Busy day for us. Good morning again, Chair Wynn and Supervisors. Fritz Buckman with your Department of Public Works. Oh, come on. Pardon me.
No problem.
The discussion item before you today is an update regarding efforts being made to address traffic concern raised by the Santos Ranch, Lammersville community. In general, these concerns include illegal truck traffic and the steady increase in commute traffic using Hanson Road and Von Sosten Road, going to and from the industrial warehouses, in the Cordes Ranch area. Last October, Supervisor Rickman brought this issue before the board to discuss options to address the community's concerns. After a lengthy discussion, your board directed Public Works to proceed with a traffic study to determine the potential impacts of closing the roadway and to implement a one-way street pilot project as a traffic calming and diversion measure. Today's presentation will provide a recap of the one-way pilot project and summarize the findings from the traffic study. For a number of reasons, the process to get to this point has taken longer than originally anticipated. I want to take a moment to thank the community for their patience as we worked through this somewhat lengthy process. Deputy Director Naji Zarif is here with me to make this presentation, and we'll be happy to address any questions your board may have afterward. With that, Mr. Zarif.
Thank you, Director Buckman. All right, thank you, Director Buckman, and good morning, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. As the Director Buckman noted, today's presentation will provide an overview of the industrial development that has occurred near the Lambertville community and the resulting traffic concerns. I will also summarize the data from the one-way street pilot project and the findings from the traffic study related to the community's request to close Hanson Road. As a brief overview, the unincorporated Lambertville or Santos Ranch community is located in the southwest portion of the county between Tracy and Mountain House. Its southerly boundary is generally Interstate 205 and northerly boundary Von Sostin Road. The Cordes Ranch specific plan area comprises 1,780 acres of proposed industrial development with small portions of general, commercial, office, and park uses identified. Approximately 700 acres of industrial development has occurred to date in the Cordes Ranch area. The Cordes Ranch specific plan, as well as the City of Tracy's Transportation Master Plan, proposed several new arterial roads. However, very little of this infrastructure has been constructed. As development continues within the Cordes Ranch area, issues and concerns with truck and vehicular traffic have increased. As noted by Director Buckman, those concerns include the use of Hanson Road and Von Sostin Road by trucks and increasing commute traffic. These roads are noted to be posted with vehicular weight limits that restrict trucks from using them as a through road. During the October 2021 meeting, Public Works shared 3 near-term options to address the concerns of the community. These options included full closure of Hanson Road, a soft closure of Hanson Road between Von Sostin and Interstate 205, and the implementation of a one-way street within those same limits. The community requested that the road be closed. However, County Council maintained that closure of the roadway required a determination that the road is no longer needed for vehicular traffic in accordance with the California Vehicle Code. A key step in making this determination is a preparation of a traffic study to determine the impacts on other transportation infrastructure. Public Works recommended the implementation of the one-way street to address the community's concerns, primarily due to our ability to more promptly implement the feature and the anticipated reduction of impact on other roadways. So as noted by Director Buckman, at the conclusion of that meeting, we were directed to prepare the traffic study and implement that one-way pilot project while the study was being prepared. On January 20th of this year, the department implemented the one-way street pilot project. The pilot project restricted southbound traffic on Hanson Road between Von Sostin and the southerly Interstate 205 overpass approach, except that two-way traffic was allowed between Sorellis Drive and the northerly Interstate 205 overpass approach, as shown on the screen. Traffic volume data were collected on Hanson Road near the Von Sostin intersection, as well as the Interstate 205 overpass, immediately prior to implementation of the pilot project and for several weeks following, to document changes to traffic patterns and driver behavior. Traffic data was also collected on Von Sostin Road. Immediately following the implementation of the pilot project, we observed a significant decrease in traffic on Hanson Road of approximately 60% within the project limits. At the same time, we did document several vehicles violating the implemented one-way restrictions. As anticipated, this behavior did reduce over time as drivers became more familiar with the newly implemented traffic restrictions. Additional data was collected in in May of 22 and indicated a continuing downward trend in traffic volume on Hanson Road and roadway violations. A greater number of roadway violations at the Von Soston intersection versus the overpass is possibly attributable to local drivers accessing their home. Similarly, Public Works evaluated data on Von Soston Road to determine impacts of the pilot project. While many drivers were diverted to other roads, such as Mountain House Parkway and Lammers Road, a notable number of drivers were diverted onto Von Soston west of Hanson. This western segment experienced a 25% increase in traffic, while the eastern segment of Von Soston experienced an approximately 19% decrease in traffic. Prevailing speeds in excess of the 35 mile per hour speed limit were observed on Hanson Road, near the overpass, and along the eastern segment of Von Soston Road. This data suggests that additional traffic calming measures are needed to reduce vehicular speeds. As noted later on in this presentation, the traffic study recommends several traffic calming measures if the board elects to continue with the one-way street configuration on Hanson. Throughout the pilot project, Public Works received feedback from the community regarding the one-way configuration. Most of the feedback received was from members associated with the Lammersville Preservation Alliance. They expressed concerns with roadway violators, including the postal delivery worker, local residents, commuters, and heavy trucks. We were provided with photos and links to several videos documenting this behavior. In addition, they expressed concerns with speeding, late-night cut-through traffic, inconvenience accessing their homes, and the aesthetics of this temporary configuration. We also received a moderate amount of positive feedback from the residents, expressing that with the reduction in traffic, the road was safer and they were much more comfortable with walking and bicycling along the roadway with this one-way configuration. A few comments received from the community members expressed a desire that the road be reopened completely or that the one-way be reconfigured to improve access to properties. This feedback was generally consistent with Public Works observations. With respect to the traffic study, Public Works commissioned GHD to complete the study to evaluate and document potential impacts of closing the roadway or permanently implementing a one-way street. The general scope of work associated with the traffic study included documenting the existing traffic patterns in the study area, with a particular focus given to the origins and destinations of vehicles using Hanson Road and a 205 overpass. The traffic study also evaluated the existing operations of key roadway segments and intersections. Existing vehicle trips were diverted under the full closure scenario, and then these same roadway segments and intersections were reevaluated to determine if the diverted traffic had a significant impact on traffic operations. Finally, the traffic study provided recommendations to address any significant operational impacts noted and for any additional traffic calming measures with the anticipated increase in traffic due to continued development in the region. The study area included the general area surrounding Mountain House, Lammersville, and Cordes Ranch. Intersections and roadway segments analyzed as part of the study are highlighted on the map shown and include the primary infrastructure that would be impacted by changing traffic patterns on Hanson Road. The traffic study contains comprehensive data regarding existing traffic patterns and conditions within the study area. Some of the key findings associated with the study include that Phase 1 of the Cordes Ranch EIR proposed only 560 acres of industrial and commercial development by 2035. To date, approximately 700 acres or 25% more of the industrial development has occurred. This accelerated development has exacerbated the concerns with traffic volumes increasing in the Lammersville area. While the Cordes Ranch EIR indicated that traffic calming measures were a required mitigation measure, the only noted measures implemented north of the Interstate 205 are truck restriction signs, speed humps, and truck deterrents at intersections. Several other traffic calming measures are recommended for all options that are being considered today. Over 3/4 of the traffic using Hanson Road and the 205 overpass travel between Cordes Ranch and areas northeast of Lammersville, including Tracy, Manteca, Lathrop, and Stockton. This indicates that congestion on 205 encourages drivers to use surface streets in lieu of the freeway to access Cordes Ranch. Neither the one-way configuration nor full closure of Hanson Road will result in significant impacts to operations of the roadway segments and intersections evaluated. There is one intersection, International Parkway and Promontory Parkway, located in the city of Tracy, which is indicated to have a potentially significant impact on operations. However, it is reasonable to expect that the city of Tracy and/or Prologis would mitigate these impacts with planned improvements. Restricting and diverting trips under both the one-way and full closure options will result in a net increase in trip lengths for drivers and may need to be considered per California law. Lastly, as with the pilot project in the one-way configuration, full closure of Hanson Road would result in a significant decrease in traffic on Hanson Road south of Von Soston, with a relatively significant increase in traffic along Von Soston Road between Mountain House Parkway and Hanson. The anticipated changes to existing traffic volumes as a result of a full closure are indicated on the slide and reflect an estimated 83% decrease in traffic on Hanson, a 38% decrease in traffic along Von Soston east of Hanson, and a 47% increase in traffic along Von Soston Road west of Hanson. With respect to all options being considered, the traffic study recommends the consideration of additional traffic calming measures, including vertical delineators to prevent crossover traffic, speed feedback signs, enhanced crosswalk signs with rapid flashing beacons, optical bars or restriping of the lanes to narrow them up, and additional speed humps. Public Works has been in regular communication with the City of Tracy, Prologis, and CHP during this pilot project. The City of Tracy has indicated a desire to wait until the study was complete before determining their next steps. Prologis has indicated support for whatever decision is to be made by the board. They have agreed to reimburse the county for the traffic study and they've developed a conceptual plan for a cul-de-sac or roundabout south of Interstate 205 to restrict truck traffic from traveling northbound on Hanson Road. If the board elects to keep the roadway open for either one-way or two-way traffic, the roundabout will be key in replacing the current security guard situation, which Prologis feels is unsustainable. CHP is committed to reasonable enforcement activities along Hanson Road and indicated that there were no records of collisions during the pilot project period. However, we are aware of at least one collision with the barricades when the southbound driver failed to stop at the stop sign. In our communications with CHP, this was likely a driver that was operating their vehicle under the influence. In addition, Public Works has had targeted conversations with the Lammertsville School District and emergency responders. The school district expressed concerns immediately after we implemented the one-way street pilot project and requested additional law enforcement presence as the public adjusted to the new traffic configuration. Since the initial implementation, they expressed no additional issues or concerns. No agency has expressed concerns about responding to service calls during the one-way pilot project. With respect to the proposed full closure, most agencies again indicated no or minimal concerns regarding response impacts. The South Joaquin County Fire Authority did indicate that response times could be impacted depending on the situation when they received a call. Based on the data from the traffic study, the one-way pilot project, and the feedback that we've received, 4 options are potentially available to the board as a next step. Option 1, full closure of Hanson Road, requires that the board make a determination that the road is no longer needed for vehicular use per Vehicle Code Section 21101. While this option does not result in any significant impacts to the roadway network, it does result in the greatest amount of through traffic diversion onto other roadways. Vehicle Code Section 21101.4 also allows for a temporary closure of a roadway based on pervasive criminal activity. With the support of CHP and the Sheriff's Office, a temporary closure of Hanson Road can be pursued. A temporary closure would allow for the department to monitor Von Soston Road to determine if the anticipated increase in traffic becomes an issue for those fronting residents. Option 3 is a permanent conversion of Hanson Road to a one-way street. As noted, this option provides significant relief of traffic on Hanson Road and results in a smaller traffic increase on Von Soston Road west of Hanson. Finally, if the board determines that a full closure is not feasible and acknowledging that the community may prefer something other than a one-way street configuration, returning the roadway to a two-way street is an option. Note that additional traffic calming measures are recommended for all of the options that have been identified. Given the anticipated increase in traffic on Von Sosson Road west of Hanson and in front of the Lammersville Elementary School as a result of fully closing Hanson Road, Public Works recommends permanent implementation of a one-way street with additional traffic calming measures to discourage wrong-way drivers and to reduce northbound vehicular speeds. This recommendation also considers the potential impacts to emergency response associated with full closure of the roadway. In addition, Public Works recommends additional traffic calming measures on Von Soston Road east of Hanson to reduce speeds on this segment. We also would seek to identify more context-sensitive traffic delineation treatments at the intersection with Von Soston and along Hanson Road to address concerns related to the aesthetics of the temporary configuration.
Thank you, Deputy Director Zarif, for the detailed and thorough presentation. Chairman and Supervisors, as Mr. Zarif noted, there are several options available to you. Public Works recommendation for the one-way street option is solely based on the better balance that option provides for the redistribution of traffic on Lambersville community streets. However, all the options are expected to function acceptably from a traffic operations and safety standpoint. Note that depending on the option selected by the board, additional board approvals may be required for implementation. That concludes our presentation, and Mr. Zarif and I will be happy to answer any questions from the board. Thank you.
Any questions? Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you. Thank you both very much, and especially Najee. I know you've been out there, the face of Public Works, and you met with many of those folks here in the audience, and you've been doing this for a long time. And I know it's, can be stressful or has been stressful and a lot of work for you, dumped on with the other projects that you have going. So thank you very much. I just want you to know that I appreciate it, and I'm sure the residents appreciate it also. In one of the slides here, it mentioned Cordes Ranch has exceedance over original phase 1 by 20%. What exactly does that mean? You mean they're not catching up with the infrastructure?
Yeah, so the original phase 1 indicated that there was going to be about 560 acres of development between the adoption of the EIR in 2035, so by 2035. So essentially 12 years prior to even 2035 or in 2022 now, they've already had 700 acres of development. And a lot of the infrastructure that was anticipated to be in place by 2035 is yet to be constructed.
So what is the next infrastructure that the city needs to complete? Next roadway, we know what that is?
So it'd likely be improvements to Lammers. There is there's another north-south road called Pavilion Parkway that would provide additional relief for north-south traffic to be able to get from to Schulte. But however, that is currently not anticipated to be constructed within the next 10 years by the city.
So is the infrastructure behind? It is.
Yes.
Roadways.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think
and the development is built out more rapidly than originally anticipated?
No, I mean Cordes Ranch has been, very successful, and it's going to continue to grow. I know, Chair, if you don't mind, your permission, I know Chief Bradley's here. I'm going to ask him one quick question. I know, I believe he has meetings and stuff, so I just wanted to get him.
Go ahead.
If the board has any questions, so he can get out of here. He didn't expect me to call him up, but it's always nice. It's always nice to hear your voice, man. I miss you. You've seen the options here. So, what are your thoughts on like the one way and the full closure?
Members of the board, Randy Bradley, Fire Chief, South County Fire Authority. We've actually done computer models and also validated those computer models with actually driving the routes, and truly there's not a significant impact on our response times in any of the choices that have been provided. The one caveat to that would be if you did a complete shutdown, we would need some type of automated emergency access system to allow us to go through that overpass. So that would be the caveat. If you didn't do that and you just shut it down, then we would double our response times. It would go from about 5 minutes to about 10 minutes into the Santos Ranch area.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you, Chief. Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions of Chief Bradley? Okay. Thank you, Chief. You can go back to work.
Appreciate it. Najee, we've heard, or I've heard, or I've been told that the city of Tracy and Pro Lodges have agreed to shut down the road, or don't care if we shut down Hanson Road. Have you heard that? Have you heard from the city of Tracy or about that?
Yeah, so the city of Tracy has not expressed that to me. They've expressed that they wanted to wait until we completed the traffic study to be able to determine what their next steps would be. From the staff level, we have heard that they would like for mitigation measures to be implemented, prior to closing the road. But that's just staff. I just want to be clear that that's staff.
But during this whole process, I know we've had dialogue with the city of Tracy. Has any of the traffic calming measures been implemented on their side? I mean, we talked about a roundabout. Have they done anything?
Aside from, assisting with maybe some signage, CMS boards, to try and, divert trucks other ways, that's about the extent of the traffic calming measures that they've implemented.
Okay. All right. That's the only questions I have. I have some other information which I'll discuss when it's appropriate to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. So I want to make sure I have this clear in my mind. Essentially, the city of Tracy has continued approving development permits, knowing that they were falling further and further behind on the infrastructure. They're not keeping up with it. From my standpoint, it appears that they have simply allowed development to continue without any regard for the communities that are surrounding the area because they're in the unincorporated area. I realize I'm editorializing here, but that's what this appears to me, is that the biggest problem here is the city of Tracy has failed to maintain the promised infrastructure, and they've allowed development to not only build out early, but to exceed the original projections. So it's a double whammy on these folks here. And as a county, we've been trying in good faith to figure out what we can do for our residents in the unincorporated area. And so I got to be honest with you, I'm not too concerned about how the city of Tracy feels about whatever decisions we might make at this point. And from my standpoint, I'm waiting to hear from some of the public comment, but I want to do what is going to be best for the school and for our residents in the unincorporated area. And then the city of Tracy can deal with whatever we come up with at that point. Frankly, that's how I feel about this at this point. I was really surprised to see those statistics. And yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, just to clarify, so they technically are still in compliance with their EIR, and it's only because some of the development has switched. So there was going to be some more commercial development, and they've made that industrial development, which produces less trips. So they haven't triggered some of the trip generation that they would anticipated, but they've developed much faster than I think anyone had anticipated, which has created a lot of the issues that we were experiencing today.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood this because I didn't get that from before. it felt like from my standpoint up here, okay, well, there's been some development, but, it's our problem, basically. And I'm now learning that actually it's sort of a problem that's been dropped in our laps by this development within the city of Tracy. And I'm not, I'm not second guessing their decision to develop this land. That's certainly within their land use authority. But my primary concern at this point is going to be what's the best thing that we can do to provide relief for our residents and the schools within our unincorporated area.
And as Mr. Zarif noted, they are compliant with their EIR currently, but the speed with which the phase one built out so many years ahead of schedule and the particular way some of the road improvements were phased has contributed to the increased cut through on Hanson. Some of that will naturally ease over time as some of the roadways are built. However, traffic would still increase on Hanson Road, but the cut through is more pronounced because of the situation we're currently in.
Right, and I don't want anyone to take away that I'm implying in any way that the city of Tracy is in violation of their EIR. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. But I think we all know there's what's legal and then there's what's right. And they aren't always the same thing. And so I want to make sure that as a board, we do the best that we can do for our residents because this is our responsibility now.
And the way the development has built out has contributed to this. Absolutely.
Correct. Okay, thank you. That's my question.
I've got requests to speak. I've got 2 available supervisors. I'll go with Supervisor Patty.
Good guess. Thank you. It says here I'm next in line. Appreciate that, Chairman. Through the chair, when we saw the traffic study and the numbers, there was some dramatic drop in the volume of the percentage that is, or of the vehicles that are traveling now. What percentage are trucks compared to automobile? There was some hundreds numbers, 700 and something on one of the sections of the road. Do we have a percentage of truck versus cars?
We do. I would have to pull up we have our traffic consultant. They may have that number that they can look up and provide us with. But the truck traffic has decreased, but there is still, there's few trucks on Hanson, but there are still trucks on Von Soston Road that we're seeing come through.
What would be the impact if Hanson Road were shut down completely? Are the other roads in the area designed, or are we exacerbating problems exponentially in the surrounding surface streets and the support routes?
With the full closure, although traffic increases pretty significantly by about half again on Von Soston west of Hanson, all the roads will function acceptably from a traffic operations and safety standpoint.
Would we be getting any pushback from any Von Soston residents or impact in the quality of life issues that might affect this changing route?
We may hear from some Von Soston residents today. We've also reached out to the school, but we're not exactly sure where they stand on the situation. But we have briefed them. But the traffic will increase in front of the school, of course, too.
Understood. Have we heard from many parents on that concern, the traffic and diesel particulates are down dramatically, so it's not as if it was 10, 20 years ago with heavy pollutants. We've got actually diesel air is cleaner in the trucks now than the intake of air going into them. So there wouldn't be an impact on the pollution, but there is definitely a volume of traffic that may affect the school system, loading, unloading, kids, safety. Has anybody spoken out on that concern?
We've yet to hear from many of the parents. Like Director Buckman said, the only folks we did speak to the superintendent, of the school district, and he indicated that he was going to take the information back to the board, and they would get back to us, or potentially come to the meeting and express what their thoughts were.
Understood. If the Hanson Road were to be shut down, what would be the dramatic impact as for the routing, just a slightly different route to go to the industrial areas? I imagine that's the big issue. There's an overpass that would no longer have access.
That's correct. I mean, basically, both truck and vehicular traffic would be routed around the community. If you cut off circulation, it's got to go somewhere. The traffic's got to go somewhere. You get the same effect to a lesser degree with the one-way. Understood.
I did drive out and saw it, and I could see the impact on residents and their effect. I know that many residents are here. We've heard from them. They've written in. It's a very serious matter. Not one person's cracked a smile or laughed at any jokes. So either I'm not that funny, or this is a very serious issue for all of you, which I believe is more the latter. So again, having driven out there, I understand that this is a concerning issue for quality of life and what they expected and what's happened as a result of some of the advanced or the, I guess, expedited development for the industrial area. Through the chair, County Council, what legal avenue do we have as a board to shut down roads that were built with public funds and were built in anticipation of the industrial and or utility of the roads in that system?
Generally, what's required is a finding that the road's no longer needed for vehicle traffic in order to shut it down entirely. You can do, as was called out in the presentation, you can do a temporary closure, which is for 18 months, provided that there are certain measures or certain factors that are found to exist.
And that's just, and I saw that there's you can extend and you can extend and you extend.
Yes, you can extend
at some point. Is that sunset, or you can extend in perpetuity?
You can extend it up to 8 times.
And then what happens?
Then it would go back to being open.
And then what happens?
I guess you would have to reassess what the traffic impacts would be at that time.
Understood. And that's one of the options.
It is.
But again, do we have the legal right to shut down? You said if there was no longer needed for traffic. What was that? What was the definition you gave?
That's correct. That's what the law requires. If you're just going to do an out-and-out closure, you have to find that the road is no longer needed for vehicular traffic. And
do you believe what's been presented thus far, we would be able to reach that threshold of evaluation and a conclusion?
I don't think, based on what's been presented, that it supports that the road is no longer needed for vehicular traffic.
So the next course of action you would suggest would be the temporary with extensions?
That is one course of action.
Okay. Chairman, that's all. Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
I just want to follow up on that with County Council. So if a temporary closure is affected, which essentially stops the traffic, doesn't that then allow us within a certain period of time to make the case the traffic is no longer needed on that road if it's been closed?
That's one possible finding.
So we could do a temporary closure, extend it a couple of times, and after a certain number of years, it seems to me that it wouldn't be a very difficult argument to make, well, the road's been closed for 5 years. Clearly, it's not needed for traffic.
That's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Somebody popped up. Supervisor Billup, Vice Chair Rickman. Vice Chair Rickman. There was a momentary request to speak, and then it evaporated. So.
All right, I'll go ahead and, like I said, I don't have too many. I have just a quick question, Counselor, for the legal side of it. If you have a main thoroughfare like Mountain House Parkway and the ways to get around Hanson Road, and that is adequate to connect the roadways, you following what I'm saying, would that roadway still be needed per the definition.
Well, I don't think that the traffic report that's been provided shows that the road is not needed.
Right, but if that traffic can be minimally disrupted to other roadways.
Well, I don't think that's not the standard that's set out in the statute.
Okay, just asking. And then also for the temporary closure is that, you can do it 8 times at 18 months intervals, and then hopefully within that time you'll have several different roadways within Corliss Ranch. At least if you're looking at the master plan, the Tracy's traffic master plan, right? So there are several different roadways that are going to be constructed between that time frame, I assume, correct?
We would hope so, yes.
But if that was the case, and then we can come back and make a finding which would meet that definition, or possibly could meet that definition.
It's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Going back to
through the chair, would you like to know what the requirements are in order to effectuate a temporary closure?
That would be helpful.
Findings that must be made.
That would be helpful.
You have to find that on the joint recommendation of the Sheriff's Department and the Highway Patrol that there are serious and continuing criminal activity. You have to find that the highway is not designated as a through highway or arterial street, or if it is so designated, that the local authority, in conjunction with law enforcement and traffic engineers, determine that a temporary closure may be accomplished without significant impact on the normal flow of traffic. You have to find that vehicular or pedestrian traffic on the highway contributes to the concern described in paragraph 1, the serious and continual criminal activity. And you have to find that closure will not substantially adversely affect traffic flow, safety on the adjacent streets or in the surrounding neighborhoods, the operation of emergency vehicles, the performance of municipal or public utility services, or the delivery of freight by commercial vehicles in the area of the highway proposed to be temporarily closed.
So all those elements have to be met, or just one of them?
All 4 of those elements have to be met.
Okay, all right. Referring to Supervisor Patty's question, there is on the traffic study on 4.1 roadway volumes by hour, it does list the traffic volumes and the heavy truck, although it's a little bit misleading because it's not necessarily truck, it's also heavy pickups, et cetera. But there is a listing of the traffic volumes. For example, 6 a.m., the hourly traffic volume is about 240, and there's 16 what they consider to be heavy vehicles, and it goes through the day. Both this is Hanson Road south of Van Sosteren, and then there's another graph that is Hanson Road south of Interstate 205, and again, similar. So as I know, the residents know, there are peaks and valleys in regards to this as far as number of vehicles. It appears in both graphs that 6 a.m. is obviously the most popular, and then probably, interestingly enough, it's around 1 p.m., or at least that area 1 to 3, which is also the most heavily traveled. So anyway, just for Supervisor Patty's edification. Any other questions? All right, so seeing that, open the public hearing. I do have some comment cards. If I call your name, if you'd step forward. John Tuccini.
By the way, that was my last name was correctly pronounced.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Well, my name is John Tuccini, and I'm a concerned voter from the 9th Congressional District and a resident of Santos Ranch community, Tracy. Now, I'm here to discuss the Hanson Road project. And Hanson Road is not a truck route, yet semi-trucks are seen using Hanson Road every day, and it happens every day. It's a total disregard for the warnings and the signage that's up. They really don't make a difference. And it's a big safety issue for these residents. When these trucks come through, if kids are playing, it's not a good scene. Presently, we have a one-way road, yet both semis, pickup trucks, and autos are treating Hanson as if it's still a two-way road. Again, disregarding one-way signs. These vehicles also use adjacent streets to get to Hanson Road, putting the entire neighborhood in jeopardy as well. Once the vehicles realize they need to turn around, once they're on the one-way, the wrong way, then this becomes even worse. Turn around, they create another dangerous situation. Also, Hanson Road is not a racetrack. The experienced cars speeding many times side by side on the wrong side of the road and the right side of the road, very recklessly. As they come over 205, some cars are over 50 miles an hour, and this can lead to a real unsafe condition for the residents. You know, people walking, riding their bike, exercising their pets. So all this unsafe driving will lead to accidents. Most vehicles driving the wrong way will eventually create a head-on collision, especially over the Hanson I-205 overpass. Keep in mind that the liability for these collisions will fall on the county and the city of Tracy. Rather than involving more resources and money to mitigate the traffic issues such as adding more speed bumps, delineators, optical speed bars, dynamic speed feedback, simply close Hanson Road at the 205 overpass. My recommendation is to close Hanson Road for a trial period to compare the results to the one-way before making any decision. Remember, safety is our number one responsibility.
Wendy Ticini. Wendy?
Hi, I'm Wendy Tocchini. On January 20th, the Department of Public Works began a trial of Hanson Road as a one-way street. Now they're recommending that you make the trial permanent. I'm here to request that you don't make Hanson permanently one-way. I'd like to request that you try closing Hanson Road completely instead. I know Najee has tried, but it's not working. Hanson as a one-way street has made the Lammersville community significantly less safe. After the trial period began, people thought it was great. They started walking on the portion of the road that's closed. Then they were frightened off the road by vehicles driving the wrong way using that blocked off section. We've seen cars and even semi-trucks speeding, passing other vehicles in the wrong lanes, in the blocked lanes, and then using both lanes for a racetrack. Now let's talk about our safety. If we're driving northbound on Hanson, which is the legal direction right now, we come face to face with a car in the same, or a vehicle, in the same lane heading towards us. They're cutting down Hanson in the southbound direction. Talk about dangerous. Finally, let's discuss the overpass, the portion of Hanson which goes over the I-205, curves up like an old-fashioned arch. This curve makes it impossible to see who's on the other side of the road until the last minute. Add to that people thinking that there aren't many vehicles on the road right now. I can make it over the bridge before anyone sees me, going the wrong way. We've been experiencing 1 and sometimes more vehicles, yes, huge semis and cars driving the wrong way over the Hanson overpass. Each and every day. I don't know how your numbers got different, but we've seen it. Sometimes they go the wrong way all the way down Hanson. Sometimes they cut through the residential streets and get on Hanson via Sorellas. But they drive over the Hanson Arch and risk a head-on crash daily. Please don't make Hanson a permanent one-way. Instead, try closing Hanson this time. I believe you'll find that the traffic will not increase on Von Sosten. People will learn Von Sosten is not a shortcut to the warehouse, and they won't go on Von Sosten at all. Thank you.
Is it Pete? Is it Moyer?
Years ago, when the Catellas project and then Cordes Ranch were proposed, our then city councilman, Mr. Rickman, Bob Elliott, different people came and spoke at our school, talked about the traffic, the infrastructure, byway roads for the trucks, how this wouldn't affect our community, the EIR that said Hanson would never exceed 890 cars a day. They promised us the moon. Lammers Road was going to become an overpass over the freeway 12 years ago. Mountain House Parkway was going to be widened. They were going to take every effort possible to keep it out of our neighborhood. There was going to be no mitigation efforts needed for Hanson Road. In a phone conversation with Mr. Rickman last week, I believe on Saturday, we talked about the lack of infrastructure. The roads haven't widened. The population has gotten huge in our city, our county, the outlying areas. Hanson Road became a pass-through. It's a commuter shortcut. I have sat in a chair for months and counted cars in the morning, in the evening, at night, right next to Lammersville School. I'm the second house in. And we typically run about 189 cars an hour around the clock. I'm going to disagree with this traffic study because we averaged about 35 to 40 cars an hour coming in and out of our community. When you sit in a chair, you can see up over the overpass. You can see where every car is coming and going. With the closure, with the one-way, this 4,500 cars an hour has gone away. It went on somebody's road. It went on Lammers. It went on Mountain House. It went where it was intended and belonged. The city has got millions of dollars from Prologis. I don't know what the county's got. They've not added any infrastructure. They've really fallen short of their commitment of what they need to do. Like I said, the school on Slauson Road was averaging probably over 10,000 cars. I never counted it accurately. Over 10,000 cars. It's probably below 5,000 cars now. The numbers in front of the school are smaller because those 189 an hour that were coming by the school aren't there anymore. The problem with the one-way is the safety factor. It is dangerous. I walk every day. I walk a child in a wagon. People are passing. People are drag racing. They drag race from speed bump to speed bump. It's become a circus. The only safe answer for the residents of Hanson Road is to shut the road down. And I thank you people for your support and your time.
Is it Nanis? Is that right? Nanis? Dart? Okay.
Hello, board members. In front of you, there should be two maps. Unfortunately, you didn't get to see my email yet, but later. The traffic in our neighborhood is so overwhelmingly, we have to open a YouTube channel to upload the videos for you to see. Hopefully, you get to see it today. So if you look at the map in front of you, Von Sosten is the main route for our neighborhood, for our residents who come in and out. So if you look at it, if you look at the traffic study, it says that it will increase if the road is closed. That is absolutely false. The reason is Grant Line has higher speed limit. Commuters would not use Von Sosten Road. Von Sosten Road is longer, and it has 2 speed bumps in place. And the speed limit is 35. Commuters would not go 35. They would go for roads that they can go 55 with no speed bumps. So if you look at the map, you would see that if you close the road on Hanson Overpass, the traffic on Von Sossen would not increase. In fact, it will decrease because it will only for local residents. And going back to what Naji have said, option number 2, which is to temporarily close Hanson Overpass and the one-way, have no impact. The traffic study said there's no impact. So you have listened to Public Works. You have shut down half of the road, which is 1 lane, for 6 months. Now listen to the residents, please. You listen to one side, now listen to the other side. Close it for 18 months. We will revisit in 18 months. And yes, I completely agree with you, Supervisor Miller. This has to do with the residents. It has nothing to do with growing business. We agree with growing business. Shut the overpass down for 18 months. Give the city of Tracy a chance to fix the infrastructure. Give Prologis a chance to build more warehouses. Then we will come back. That is all fair to all parties. Thank you.
Raymond Dart.
Good morning. I'm a public speaker, so I'll probably stutter. But this is a place I visited up in Placer County, Locust Road. It's a shortcut between Baseline and Rio Linda Boulevard for Roseville to Sacramento. They suffered the same problems we did. They have a development to the north that's thousands and thousands of residential houses being built, and commuters were coming through this area and speeding, passing, and everything. I talked to one of the residents right over here, and he told us all about it, and it sounds so familiar. The only difference was that they had no semi-trucks. Placer County saw this, they closed the road permanently. I agree with either option 1 or option 2 today, to close the road at least temporarily. Give us a chance to see what the results are of that. Maybe Von Sossen will be impacted. I doubt it. I see no purpose of people going on the west side of Von Sossen and not on the east side. There's nothing out there but almond orchards. I just don't understand that. Plus the traffic study, most of it was during the COVID, the biggest impact during the COVID period, where many people were staying home. So those numbers are probably underestimated to start with. The speed bumps, the other mitigation methods that are being proposed are going to fail. The speed bumps, the cars, they either try to avoid them by driving in the dirt. We don't have any sidewalks out there. Or they drive in the middle and try to avoid them. Or speed up, because as you speed up, the impact is less inside the car. That they will fail. And not only that, the speed bumps have created where the semi-trucks will come over and they don't slow down. They come down that hill 50 miles an hour. They just cruise. They use their diesel to go up and cruise down and hit that speed bump, and it shakes the house when it bangs. So we tried their way. Let's try ours. Close the road for 18 months. Thank you.
Jake Ivester.
My name is Jake Ivester, and I have lived in Santos Ranch for 36 years. I'm here today to provide my response to the proposed Hanson Road traffic calming solution being proposed by the San Joaquin Department of Public Works. The effects to date by the Department of Public Works to affect traffic has decreased the overall flow and type of traffic on Hanson Road. However, The one-way closure to southbound traffic on Hanson Road has introduced a number of very dangerous and life-threatening behaviors by drivers who choose to violate the unenforceable good faith traffic rules that this solution requires. The violation includes making a wrong-way turn from Von Soston onto southbound Hanson Road, proceeding blindly south on Hanson Road against the wrong-way signage over the Highway 205 overcrossing. In the dark early morning hours, drivers heading east and westbound on Von Soston Road at a very high rate treat the four-way stop sign at Von Soston and Hanson Road as purely optional and either blatantly roll through or even speed through the intersection. When these violations were brought to the attention of law enforcement, the response was their department does not currently have, nor as far as we know, plan in the future to have staffing to enforce the one-way traffic restrictions for Hanson Road. An important point that was curiously not mentioned in the current proposal, but is mentioned once in the full July 1st, 2022 Hanson Road closure study final report, is there is a degree of human enforcement currently in place. Prologic is paying for security services on the south side of 205 over the 205 overcrossing to discourage truckers and workers from violating the traffic restrictions. This private security is not likely to stay in place forever, and the warehouse complex is built out in the future. Without active enforcement, traffic laws are nothing more than words on signs, degrade over time, and become purely discretionary. This is evident in the way drivers currently treat stop signs on Von Soston Road intersections. Through no fault of their own, the one-way solution of Hanson Road is highly discriminatory to a segment of our community that live along Hanson Road and Von Soston that are being forced to shoulder the brunt of the impact of the warehouse build-out. This impact comes in the form of degraded quality of life, threat to safety, and the potential loss of property value due to restrictions access. This is evident in the recent community. The only fair, equitable path forward is to give people impact the most, the voters of our community, and through our representatives, and to conduct a full closure study of Hanson Road to collect real data and not depend on data created by a theoretical model. Thank you.
Okay. Tom Heckman.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Tom Heckman, a taxpaying resident of the Lambersville community and a leading member of the Lambersville Preservation Alliance. Public Works and each member of the board here are very aware of the severe traffic safety issues plaguing the Lambersville community caused by the development of the Cortez Ranch Prologis Industrial Park project, which is only 1/3 built out. We have told all of you from day one that the only solution to resolving these safety issues was to fully close Hanson Road. Anything short of that would not work. In spite of all the feedback and opposition from the community, in October last year, Public Works recommended a 90-day trial of the one-way, and the board voted to implement the trial and conduct a traffic study to determine the impacts of a full road closure on neighboring communities. The study was conducted by GHD and determined in net that a full road closure would not cause problems to other areas outside our community. However, Public Works is recommending permanent implementation of the one-way, and the reason they give is the anticipated increase in traffic on Von Soston Road west of Hanson Road. County monitored traffic counts from the one-way for only the first 5 weeks of the trial. We have examined all of that traffic data. We have examined that traffic data the county provided to GHD for the study, and we determined that that anticipated increase of traffic on Von Soston west of Hanson Road is based on incomplete data because of the first 5 weeks that were monitored. the data counts for that section, which they are focusing on as the main reason, only three of the 5 weeks traffic data was included. For whatever reason, there's 2 weeks missing. And we want to base our decisions on that. That's problematic in my opinion. Let's see. And if the board is not going to vote for a full road closure on Hanson Road, then we implore you to vote for the implementation of a 6-month trial for a full closure of Hanson Road. And in this case, number 2, right? The trial, 18 months. Because then, you can then monitor traffic counts just as you did for the one-way and then compare real data between the two solutions instead of making decisions based on assumptions, forecasts, and projections. So please, at the very least, let's make that as a logical next step. And by the way, we do have the support of Michael Rogers, city manager, and executives at Prologis to find a resolution for this community. So please, help this community out, and let's at the very least look at a trial. Thank you.
Is it Tammy Merrill?
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Merrill. I live on Hanson Road, first house from Von Soston. This one-way trial has been a nightmare for us. It is dangerous. We just can't even believe it was an option put out there to begin with. I think you guys have seen the picture, you've heard from all of us. Something has to change, and we're asking for your help. The option 2 sounds like the most reasonable. Let's, give this a try, see if, it helps our community. That's all we're asking for. So please, option 2. Thank you.
Kirk Nicholas.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirk Nicholas. I'm the superintendent at Lambertville Unified. This is my 9th year as I just finished my 9th year as superintendent. I can speak with the good folks here about the concerns that have come in over the years as Mountain House has grown, so has Prologis development, and the impact on traffic in and front and around the neighborhood that our school sits. So what I can add to the conversation is I've gone out and seen the things that have been run over in front of the school and around the mitigation efforts to slow folks down in the first attempt to help out with the traffic issues. What I can speak to is when it reached ahead, myself and one of our board members sent a letter into you folks asking for something more permanent to be done. It is appreciated that the first pilot was put forward. It has, as the folks have explained, has not reached the success rate that was hoped. Whatever you decide, we're going to have to adjust, but I do want to remind the board that a 200 to 300 kid K-8 school sits on the northwest corner of Von Soston and Hanson. Whatever decision you make is going to impact that. That school's not going anywhere. That corner is not going anywhere. I would say this is what I was originally going to provide you with was an update from staff of their experience with the pilot. I think that's kind of past the importance of that. What I would say is if you go with option 2, immediately there needs to be an analysis of the impact on Von Soston. The front of the school, the entry point of the school is on Von Soston. So what we would hate to have is a fix for Hanson Road and immediately have a problem in front of the school. So we would like whatever you guys move with, we keep our eye on Von Soston, the traffic in and around the school. Peak hours are in and around 8 o'clock, in and around 3 o'clock for us. Safety first is always our mantra. And finally, whatever you do, we did build a $1 million warehouse on the northeast portion of campus on Hanson. So we would hope to be able to get the trucks in to get our supplies in that we put in there. So with that said, thank you for your time, and I wish you the best of luck on your decision, and we hope that whatever you decide leads to safe, happy folks, a safe school, and everybody moves forward. Thank you.
Pace.
I want to start by thanking Public Works and the Board of Supervisors for addressing the traffic issues that have plagued the Lammersville community for several years now. Today's Public Works recommendation is based on the anticipated increase in traffic directly in front of Lammersville School. This fails to account for the fact that children walk on Hanson Road and Von Sostin east of Hanson Road. By the time vehicles pass directly in front of the school, their speeds are generally moderated significantly. They are far more dangerous on Hanson Road and Von Sostin east of Hanson, where children also walk. The GHD study shows that the highest average speed, which is 50 miles an hour in a 35 zone, are on northbound Hanson Road and Von Sostin east of Hanson Road. A full road closure is expected to reduce traffic on Von Sostin east of Hanson Road by 38% and on Hanson Road by 83%. Based on the GHD study, the Public Works recommended one-way solution will reduce the vehicular traffic in the neighborhood by 1,773 cars per day. That's great, but it's not as good as the full closure, which removes 2,683 cars per day, 910 more cars off of our residential roads with a full road closure versus the one-way. Those figures are all in the GHD report. So please don't just look at percentages at one specific roadway point. Look at the total impact to the neighborhood. I say this as a father with 2 children who attend Lammersville School, as well as a grandchild who attends the school. I certainly am concerned about their safety. Additionally, there's too much discrepancy in the data used for the study to make this decision. For instance, the Public Works data for Von Sostin west of Hanson is missing 2 weeks, as Tom mentioned. And the GHD count seems very low based on community experience. The GHD count on January 11th, yes, GHD only did a one-day count at the peak of the pandemic to determine the amount of cars on Von Sostin. That count was 1,549 cars per day. However, Public Works did their own traffic study on October 21st, 2021, and found 1,868 cars per day, or on that day. Which study is correct? It makes a big difference in the percentage of increase or decrease as to which numbers we use. Did we use the numbers on a day that was light traffic? We in the neighborhood know that Von Sostin traffic is 100% correlated to the freeway conditions. When the freeway is backed up, Von Sostin sees a significant increase of vehicular traffic. When the freeway is flowing smoothly, very few cars on Von Sostin. Was this particular January 11th day that we're basing this entire decision on, was that a light freeway day or was it a heavy freeway day? We don't know because no one checked. That wasn't something that was factored in. Please support the 18-month study. Close the temporarily Hanson Road. We believe that that's the only solution to our traffic safety issues. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to start by having Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee read the first few comments, and then we'll be switching off back and forth.
Madam Clerk, how many?
I don't know the total, but there's about 20 pages of public comments to read, and I see a couple more have come in.
Thank you.
Trish Johnson writes, please close at the overpass on Hanson Road. This one-way has been unsafe in many ways. Big trucks go over the overpass the wrong way. Me and my husband have witnessed it several times. The result, we won't go over it. We are afraid to. And so is our kids when they come visit us. Please close before a head-on collision. Tatiana Briff writes, I would like to express my deep disappointment with the fact that the Board of Supervisors seem to follow interests of big business over the interests of small people. You know that the Big Business Park environmental research before the development was not done properly, basically rendering the permission to build to be illegal. We are the residents of neighborhood at the intersection of Hanson and Van Sostin roads, asking the Board of Supervisors for several years by now to close the Hanson Road overpass. So far, we did not have success and see that one bad solution following the other. High traffic through residential neighborhood is illegal and unacceptable. One-way closure just shifted the problem from one street to the other. I would like to express my deep disappointment with the fact that the Board of Supervisors seem to follow interests of big business over the interests of small people. To solve the issue, we need to close the Hanson Road overpass. Thank you, Tatiana Briff, a concerned voter from the 9th Congressional District. Constantine Briff writes, hello, I would like to let you know the situation at Hanson Road near Tracy in January. Hanson Road at Von Sosten Road near Tracy was made a one-way road as an experiment to reduce commercial traffic in the residential neighborhood. I would like to let you know that while traffic was indeed somewhat reduced, the remaining motorists drive more aggressively. They drive faster, well above the speeding limit. They drive on the closed half of the road, thus breaking one-way rule on the daily basis, inviting a head-on collision. Let me remind you that all this traffic is not supposed to be there in the first place at all. As per law, new before construction, development, all new traffic should be mitigated. It was not done. The traffic study was not done properly. And all that commercial traffic is now in the residential neighborhood. The situation is totally unacceptable. Most of the residents of the neighborhood want the closure of the Hanson overpass, as was conveyed to the board at multiple meetings. Thank you, Constantine Briff. Dell and Patricia Brands write, we believe the traffic study is flawed in its conclusions about increased traffic on Von Sosten Road, west of Hanson Road. We believe that if Hanson Road is fully closed, less traffic will travel on Von Sosten Road. We recommend a 90-day full closure of Hanson Road at the I-205 overpass to determine if assumptions about traffic on Von Sosten Road west of Hanson Road in the traffic study are accurate. The current one-way configuration of Hanson Road continues to create significant safety issues for the residents and those traveling northbound on Hanson Road due to the number of vehicles illegally driving the wrong way and speeding on Hanson Road. The full closure would eliminate these safety issues. Pat Moore writes, having read the report from Public Works, it appears they have already made up their minds to leave Hanson Road a one-way with further traffic calming items to be added on Hanson and in the community at large. For the love of all that is safety related, please do not allow this to happen. A human life cannot be replaced. Close the Hanson Road overpass. I live on Von Sosten Road and witness on a regular basis the speeding employees who drive on Von Sosten from Hanson Road from Prologis Park, passing law-abiding drivers on the wrong side of the road across the double yellow lines. These drivers are going to end up inside someone's home eventually. How is that safe? Have any of you ever noticed an immediate yet temporary uptick in the amount of cars that drive past your home? Are those cars driving at speeds higher than the legal limit? Did it concern you? Imagine it on a near daily basis. Would you be accepting of what Public Works is suggesting? I do not understand why the city of Tracy and the county of San Joaquin, as well as Public Works, cannot get their thought process wrapped around this. It could happen where you live too. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Rochelle DeWard.
The next comment was submitted by Sean Strickland, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, first, thank you for your consideration the possible closing of Hanson Road at the I-205 overpass. We live on Hanson Road near the Lammersville School. We want to acknowledge that traffic has significantly been reduced due to the one-lane closure and do appreciate the reduction. However, there still exists a significant element of danger when traveling on Hanson Road due to wrong-way drivers, speeding drivers coming from the warehouse after shift change, and use of the closed lane as a passing lane. The reckless behaviors of others make Hanson Road unsafe for our children to walk, bike to school. I also disagree with the traffic study stating that traffic has increased at Von Sosten westbound since implementation of the one-way. As a commuter to the Bay Area, I have enjoyed a reduction in traffic in our neighborhood. Closure of Hanson Road at the I-205 overpass will only improve this reduction of traffic at the Lammersville School intersections. Thank you for your consideration. Regards, Sean Strickland. Nicholas Stump writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I have lived in the Santos Ranch development since 1978. I moved here to live in a quiet, peaceful, rural environment. Since the development of Mountain House and now the Prologis project south of I-205, I have seen the alarming increase in traffic volume and an equally alarming lack of respect for our speed limits, the traffic controls, and the safety of our residents. The most egregious example is that of motorists running the stop signs at the intersection next to Lammersville School at speeds in excess of 50 miles per hour. The one-way controls on Hanson Road have significantly reduced traffic volume on it, but have also introduced new hazards of wrong-way drivers and increased traffic volume and some speeding on our residential streets. I appreciate the county's efforts to try to mitigate the impact to our community, and I generally support the points made by Public Works in their letter to you dated July 12, 2022. While my preference would be to have Hanson Road closed permanently, that still leaves significant traffic problems on Von Sosten Road, both east and west of Hanson. I strongly support additional traffic calming and other mitigating controls on Hanson from Grantline Road south to Prologis and on Von Sosten roads from Byron Road west to Mountain House Parkway. Sincerely, Nicholas R. Stump. The next comment was submitted by a concerned citizen who writes, Supervisors, as a concerned citizen from the 9th Congressional District and the 5th County District, I would like to request you close Hanson Road at the overpass. Try it for 6 months like you did the one-way and see if it doesn't make the area safer. The flyer the Lammersville community received from Public Works says this meeting is regarding, quote, traffic calming measures, end quote. This is not a traffic calming problem. This is a safety problem. According to your traffic study, over 3/4 of these cars, semi-trucks, and delivery vehicles are coming from Tracy and cities farther east. Your projects show that the majority are heading to the warehouses south of us via Hanson. If Hanson Road was closed, these vehicles would avoid Von Sosten and our community entirely. They would use the EIR and truck-approved routes on Mountain House International or Lammers roads, thereby reducing traffic, speeding, and reckless vehicles in our area entirely. The overpass on Hanson is completely blind as you travel up and over I-205 freeway. Large trucks and cars go up and over the bridge the wrong way every day, threatening to hit vehicles driving northbound head-on. This will be a legal nightmare for the county someday if you make this one-way permanent. The next comment was submitted by Donna Wallace, who writes, I wasn't going to bother with commenting on the disposition of the Hanson Road issue. However, after an accident this afternoon, July 23rd, I changed my mind. I cannot rest knowing that I didn't speak on my concerns for the safety of anyone driving on this dangerous one-way experiment. Today, while pulling away from the shoulder on the east side of Hanson Road between Von Sosten and Las Positas, a fast-moving vehicle comes at me head-on going the wrong way. The vehicle proceeded to flash lights at me as though it was an emergency vehicle and veered into the hashtagged side of the street as I had already begun to enter the roadway. Startled, I hit the brakes and saw that the vehicle was a mail carrier. As an elderly driver, I know my reflexes may not be what they used to be, which is why I try to avoid busy, fast-moving roadways. I thought I lived on a quiet country road. Instead, I find a confusing, extremely unsafe one. I have been on roads all over the world, and this is one of the most confusing and dangerous roads I have ever seen. I implore you to return Hanson Road back into a two-way street closed at the overpass for the safety of all concerned. Thank God I'm still alive and able to submit this letter. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Our Hanson Road neighborhood has evolved from a peaceful to a very unsafe commercial motorway. A trial one-way closure was implemented earlier this year, which unfortunately has not resolved all the traffic problems. There are still vehicles and big rigs attempting to travel through our neighborhoods for business park access. We have personally witnessed vehicles ignoring the one-way signs, and many have crossed the bridge in the wrong direction. Another issue are vehicles traveling northbound from the business park at high rates of speed, which do not slow down for the speed bumps. And also some are passing other vehicles illegally. For residents of Hanson Road south to Los Padres Drive, there is also a very real inconvenience. An additional 1 mile plus drive is needed to reach our residents during this time of high gas prices. A dangerous situation occurs as some residents on local delivery trucks try to save time and fuel by turning right at the end of Los Padres Drive and go around the barricades. In conclusion, the one-way experiment has proved to be a failure due to safety issues and concerns. Our local community did not create this situation, yet we are suffering the consequences of development actions. We support the concept of closing the Hanson Road overpass to public motor vehicles. Thank you, a concerned voter from the 9th Congressional District. Deputy Lee, I'll turn it over to you.
Cheryl Valdez writes, San Joaquin Board of Supervisors, I've lived on Hanson Road since 1981, and it's mostly been quiet. The worst traffic was waiting for the sheep to pass. Now you have to be really careful because of the speeders, despite the speed bumps and wrong-way traffic. We should not have to accommodate traffic for the business park. Please close Hanson Road at the overpass. Thank you, Cheryl Valdez, a voter from the 9th Congressional District on Hanson Road. Charlene Crossan writes, growth is inevitable. However, safety and well-being of our citizens is imperative. A major thoroughfare through a residential neighborhood and nearby elementary schools should not be accessible for commercial purposes. Strict enforcement to disallow passage must be compulsory. The importance of trucking is obviously a necessity. Our city and county leadership needs to first and foremost consider safety and institute a viable passageway for commercial vehicles to access industrial areas that does not bring semi-trucks, commercial vans, etc., through neighborhoods where it endangers children and interrupts the quality of life of its citizens. Caitlin Merrill writes, Dear board members, I'm writing to you again with hope that this message falls on understanding and compassionate ears. I live near the intersection of Hanson and Von Sosten with my partner and our 2 children. Since the one-way trial began, our family has witnessed accidents and numerous near accidents in front of our home. I fear for my children's safety and the safety of my neighbors and drivers on the road. Having lived front row to the dangers of this trial solution, I am confident in my position that it is ineffective and treacherous measure that must be removed before another person is injured or killed. Closing Hanson Road at the overpass is the only solution that will work. I ask that, in fairness, we be allowed the trial period of 6 months for our solution. The community that this affects deserves that opportunity. I thank you for your time and I appreciate your consideration. Sincerely, Caitlin Merrill. An anonymous writer states, as to the traffic on Hanson Road in Tracy, I do not agree with any closing or partial closing of the road. Having lived in Santos Ranch neighborhood for over 25 years and use Hanson Road regularly, or at least used to before the partial closing of it, I still use it to get back home. I've never seen more than 3 vehicles on it at any time I've used it in the last 25 years, even with it partially closed. The partial closing of it has made leaving this neighborhood difficult, more costly, and time-consuming. It makes me feel trapped here now, with the only real way out of this neighborhood now being Von Sosten. I do not and never have in any way supported any closing of Hanson Road. This self-appointed Lammersville Alliance does not speak for me or have my support in any way. Lolo Clino writes, leaving Hanson a one-way road permanently does not make the Santos Ranch neighborhood safer. As the first house on the north side of the 205 overpass, I have been taking pictures and videos of semi-trucks and cars going south over the 205 overpass, ignoring the one-way traffic signs. Semis routinely turn around in front of my home once seeing the barriers, which causes all traffic to be blocked, including any emergency vehicles. I have also witnessed many cars passing on Hanson, ignoring the double lines at high speeds. When reading the traffic study, Santos Ranch, Lammersville, traffic calming, I feel the traffic volume has mostly been studied, but not the unsafe behaviors of the individual drivers themselves. Drivers didn't care what the traffic laws were before one-way measures were implemented, but now unlawful drivers are going the wrong way on the one-way sections. I feel the pilot program has now introduced a tremendous amount of risk. As the board makes their decision, please consider the development proposed south of the 205 overpass, which will bring an increase in traffic once again. This is a residential neighborhood with many kids and an elementary school, never designed to be an expressway for commuters. I strongly recommend the board close Hanson Road before someone is seriously hurt or killed. Please make our streets safe again. And I'll turn it back over to Clerk DeBoard.
Harry Moore writes, hi, we all know by verbal and video evidence that the one-way closure on Hanson is putting everyone involved, especially the children walking to and from the school, in grave danger every day. Walking along either Hanson or Von Sosten is putting your safety in jeopardy every time. The speed along both roads has increased and causing stress and anxiety for anyone trying to pull in and out of the driveway, our homes. There is absolutely no regard to traffic laws or speed limits in both areas. The roadway has deteriorated from all the heavy traffic from trucks and Prologis employee traffic. The whole neighborhood's safety is compromised at this point and is only going to get worse. The one-way on Hanson is causing drivers to challenge all traffic laws, and someone is going to pay the ultimate price. Leaving it a one-way is a terrible solution. The correct thing to do is close Hanson Road at the overpass and return the safety to the neighborhood. Thanks. Harry Peterson writes, please close Hanson Road at the 205 overpass. We have lived on Hanson Road for over 20 years. It was a quiet country road when we moved here. After the Prologis warehouse were built, there was an extreme increase in traffic from trucks, warehouse workers, and commuters. There were many attempts to help decrease traffic, including signs, barricades, and speed bumps, but nothing worked. A speed bump was put in front of our house. It did nothing to decrease traffic. Most cars and trucks do not slow down for the speed bump. When a loaded semi-truck goes over the speed bump, it shakes the entire house and rattles the windows. When an empty semi-truck goes over the speed bump, it sounds like an explosion in front of our house. Changing Hanson Road to one-way traffic has significantly decreased the amount of traffic, and it is back to being a relatively quiet road again. We appreciate the Board of Supervisors making that change. However, without highway patrol, there are quite a few drivers every day who ignore the signs and blockades and drive the wrong way on Hanson Road, creating a serious traffic hazard. Closing Hanson Road to through traffic is the only way to keep the volume of traffic down and drivers from going the wrong way. If it is not possible to close Hanson Road, please keep it as a one-way road to reduce the volume of traffic. Thanks for helping with this serious issue that negatively impacts our quality of life. Warren Ernst writes, to the BOS for SJ County. As a resident of Santos Ranch and a homeowner on Hanson Road, I would like to make comments on the action that the county has taken and not taken with regard to the safety of our community with the Hanson Road traffic calming project. The one-way traffic flow is not a solution to resolving the traffic congestion or the safety matters associated with the increased traffic flow on Hanson Road due to the industrial park that is being built on the south side of the 205 freeway. The only real way to resolve the congestion and safety problems is to close the Hanson overpass completely. There's no need for the road to be open for either residents or commuters, big rigs that use the road to get back and forth to the warehouses. There are multiple other routes that can be used. The current situation, one-way traffic control, is a huge safety risk for everyone that uses the overpass. The commuters, truckers that use the overpass do so at a very high rate of speed. The overpass has zero visibility coming from either direction. Multiple drivers ignore the one-way direction and continue to go southbound on Hanson Road to get to the warehouses. At some point, this will cause a horrific head-on collision that could result in vehicles going off the bridge and onto the freeway below. This would be a catastrophic disaster. Please correct this situation and close Hanson Road. Deborah Camara writes, traffic has significantly improved since Hanson Road has been made temporarily as a one-way street. Speeding cars on Von Sosten has not gone away, and adding those speed bumps does nothing. Since we have all of these unwanted warehouses in our backyards, I say we close off Hanson Road totally except for emergency vehicles. We are the County of San Joaquin, the last ranch community. We were here first, and we should have the right to keep our little country community safe. Thank you for listening. Please make the right decision. I have lived here since 1981. We moved to the country. Let's not turn it into a rat maze. Tanya Jimenez writes, blocking roads in the neighborhood is an inconvenience to the neighborhood traffic. This issue should be addressed elsewhere and not the neighbors rerouted around the whole neighborhood. Blocking Hanson at Von Sosten is an inconvenience. I'll turn it back over to Deputy Clerk Lee.
An anonymous writer states, for the safety of all, close the Hanson overpass. Please do not wait for a death due to a head-on collision or structural failure of the overpass. The concern about emergency response time is no longer valid with the future relocation of the fire department, and soon there will be no residents south of the overpass. There is no need for the overpass to be open. It is just a hazard. Please listen to reason, consider the facts, and fix the situation appropriately versus just apply a Band-Aid, close Hanson overpass. Thank you for your time. Greg Jensen writes, my name is Greg Jensen. We've raised our children in our house on Hanson for 34 years. Now our grandchildren visit us regularly, and they too have become to love the special place called Out in the Country. The Prologis and other warehouses have threatened our quality of life here. I've mentioned previously that I personally had almost been hit several times just trying to retrieve my mail as cars speed by sometimes at 60 miles per hour. And I've witnessed and dodged cars that were driving there abreast as they jockeyed for position to race in front of each other. I've witnessed on a regular basis cars ignoring the one-way signage and going the wrong way south over the overpass. Again, this seems like a regular shortcut for commuters to that area. I'm not a civil engineer, nor am I an alarmist. The question is not if, but when will there be a tragic head-on accident as two vehicles meet head-on speeding over the blind hill of the overpass. The guardrails over that section on the east side seems very low, and I have a feeling that with enough impact, you might find the collision resulting in additional damage and injury from someone on the freeway below, in the wrong place at the wrong time. Our preference would be for full closure. It's obvious someone either ignored or the traffic for that area was extremely flawed by poor engineering. I'm also a concerned voter from the 9th Congressional District. Michael David writes, my name is Michael David. I'm a concerned voter from the 9th Congressional District. I live in the corner of Hanson and Sireless Drive. I want Hanson Road closed at the overcrossing because of the safety for family and neighbors. I witnessed and took picture of a semi going the wrong way over the overpass. This is just one of many reasons, including crazy 55 to 60 mile an hour speeding over the speed bumps. Someone is going to get killed, probably a child walking to school. The road needs to be closed at the overcrossing. There are going to be more warehouses. It will get worse. Please do not wait for the fatality to implement this change. Do the right thing and change it now. Close Hanson at the overcrossing. Feel free to call me at any time. Thank you. Dear Board of Supervisors, the vast majority of the Lammersville community are asking you to protect us and close Hanson Road at the overpass before a deadly accident happens. What Public Works is recommending makes no practical sense. Before you make a final decision, you should go out and see it for yourself. This isn't rocket science. Take a drive from the development side of Hanson up over the bridge and hope there isn't a wrong-way vehicle driving towards you at the top. You can't swerve to the left due to a long row of cement barriers, and if you swerve to the right, you will go over the bridge onto I-205. We have pictures and video proof of wrong-way drivers every single day. This is a dangerous situation that needs to be finally resolved. This community of about 1,000 9th Congressional District voters is looking to you to protect us. Public Works is assuming there will be more traffic on Van Sosten if the road is closed, but it hasn't been tested and honestly doesn't make sense. Their suggestion of adding more speed bumps, signs, etc. didn't work during the trial. Why would adding more help now? If you don't vote to close Hanson, we are asking you to give us the same 6-month trial of a closure to test their theories and assumptions. Thank you for your consideration. Harold writes, this board voted to implement the Public Works recommended one-way pilot program, even though no one in the community supported it. In fact, Supervisor Rickman stated during that meeting, it doesn't seem like anyone wants the one-way. I mean, I think that's the only thing that's consistent today, that we all agree on, that nobody wants a one-way. This community is still adamantly against the one-way solution. While it reduced the number of northbound cars on Hanson Road, it significantly increased traffic safety issues. There is only one solution to eliminate the traffic hazards created by cut-through commuters: close Hanson Road. At a May 14th meeting of the Lammersville community, only one person wanted to keep the road open, the one-way road. Approximately 50 others present insisted on the full closure, even if that meant no gate for emergency vehicle access. This should tell you how scared our neighborhood is of a major injury or death due to this high volume of cut-through commuter traffic. Despite the significant increase in safety traffic issues created by the one-way pilot, Public Works now wants to make this failed solution a permanent one. That recommendation will not restore our neighborhood to the safety we enjoyed just a few years ago. The community implores this board to implement a 6-month permanent road closure trial. We are now 6 months and counting into a one-way trial. It's time to conduct a trial of the solution the community knows will resolve the safety issues. I'll turn it over to Clerk DeBoard.
Daniel Austin writes, closing the overpass is critical for Santos Ranch community safety and quality of life. Runway traffic going over the overpass is a very real safety concern. In addition, traffic coming from the distribution center area will continue to increase as construction in that area has just started. Solve this issue one and for all by closing the overpass. Keith Vanderveen writes, making Hanson Road one-way northbound from the south side of the I-205 overpass has reduced but not eliminated illegal truck traffic from the warehouses to the south of I-205. Furthermore, cars commuting from the warehouse continue to speed through the Santos Ranch neighborhood on Hanson Road and adjoining streets. The problem will only get worse as more warehouses are built, which is why the overpass should be closed. In the absence of a closure, Hanson Road should continue to be one-way northbound, but further modifications should be made to Hanson Road, north of the overpass and neighboring streets, Von Sosten, Cerilis, Courier, etc., to make it undesirable for trucks and speeding cars. The speed bumps can be made higher, for example, to make them unpleasant to take at high speed, and the gaps between them closed. Hanson Road should be made to zigzag and sidewalks added to the margins to make it safer for pedestrians, including school children going to and from Lammersville Elementary. Eric Lopez writes, as the corner house on Hanson Road, Von Sosten Road, we are against the idea of the permanent one-way on Hanson Road. The barricades used to block Hanson Road have been hit multiple times from wrong-way drivers. We see cars and trucks blow through the wrong-way sign posted and head down Hanson Road, opposite direction on a daily basis. The safety of us and our neighbors are very important. The one-way has slowed down commuter traffic and trucks, but have made them also become more dangerous. We are scared to head over the Hanson Road Bridge due to so many cars, trucks going the wrong way. A head-on collision is just waiting to happen. Commuters and trucks belong on Lammers Road or Mountain House Parkway, not Hanson Road. The city and county's lack of promised infrastructure is not our problem. Please close Hanson Road to make our community safe again. Thank you. Kevin Long writes, since the one-way traffic started, traffic has decreased. The commuters speed, race, and pass on the one-way and run the stop sign on the school daily. I bought my house with my brother on the corner of Von Sosten Road, Hanson Road, and we feel we live on a racetrack. My bedroom is 30 feet away from the barricades. I'm waiting one day for a car to come through my bedroom. Traffic has increased tremendously over the last couple of years as the warehouses are built. The one-way has decreased traffic but has made our streets more dangerous. Can we please close Hanson Road and make our community safe again? Thank you. Christina Silva writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I ask you take some empathy and realize the frustrations, fears, and concerns that our Lammersville community has faced with the large amount of extra non-residential traffic that does not respect the speed limits or road signs. First attempt to resolve the situation with speed bumps, and those speed bumps have only made matters worse with extreme loud noises that come from loud exhaust slowing and then violently taking off after going over the speed bump. The animal and work trailers of our residents that go over the speed bumps also make lots of rumbling that is disturbing. If they were fixing the issue, then it could be looked over, but this is not the case. Second attempt, the one-way has caused more fear and danger than before, with speeders and then speeders going the wrong way. Wrong-way drivers and people that have nearly crashed into homes. Daily big rigs and large trucks still coming down the road. Drivers who are not willing to do the speed limit and crossing over the wrong side of the road to pass the car. Children who can no longer walk on the side of the road to school because they don't know what to expect. Please listen to the large amount of the community that has requested the road be closed at the I-205 overpass for our safety. Deputy Clerk Lee.
David Patello writes, members of the board, I believe as a resident of the Santos Ranch housing development, it would be in everybody's best interest to close the overpass in both directions. For several documented safety reasons, I fear it not worth taking a chance of somebody's life to keep the overpass open. It would be far worse on your behalf to explain why somebody has died because you knowingly overlooked the safety issues in keeping the overpass open. Closure of the southbound direction has caused a huge safety concern to anyone heading northbound over a blind overpass. The correct answer to this problem is to close it entirely in both directions. Thank you. Jennifer Patello writes, members of the board, please close Hanson Overpass. As a resident of the Lammersville, a teacher, and a parent, my biggest concern is the safety of everyone who lives in and visits our community. I ask every one of you who is responsible for making the decision today to consider, if you were giving directions to a loved one to our area, would you be 100% comfortable sending them over the Hanson Overpass? Please consider there are eyewitnesses and video evidence of big rigs and cars illegally traveling in the wrong side of the overpass. It is a blind rise. You cannot see if there is someone coming. There is no shoulder to avoid an accident. Again, would you send a loved one to cross the Hanson Overpass? Me? No, I'm not willing to take that chance. Please examine your conscience, save our community the grief of a fatal accident, and close Hanson Road overpass. Thank you for your time and consideration. Brian Sloan writes, the initial EIR stated that there would be minimal impact to the Santos Ranch community. This project is now only 30% complete, and it has fully changed the community. The only solution is a full closure of Hanson Road at the 205 overpass. An anonymous writer writes, I am a concerned voter in the 9th Congressional District and a resident of the Lammersville community. On October 26, 2021, Tom Patty acknowledged that no one wanted the one-way, yet put forth the motion to try it anyway. The 90-day trial turned into 6 months. The community has been crying out to Public Works Robert Rickman and county supervisors for years now regarding the unacceptable traffic safety issues caused by the Prologis Industrial Park on the south side of the freeway. Our community has made it extremely clear how dangerous the neighborhood has become, and the only solution to resolve our traffic safety issues is to close Hanson Road. On January 20th, 2022, County implements the one-way which lowered the number of vehicles traveling on Hanson Road, but did not resolve the traffic safety issues, but actually made them worse. The one-way has increased the safety issues and making it more dangerous for the residents of our community. You didn't listen to the voters of this community and implemented this one-way trial, and now Public Works wants to make the one-way permanent. That is absurd. You owe it to the tax-paying voters of the community to at the very least, do a full closure trial on Hanson Road, 6 months. Then compare the data between the two trials to see which solution is better. Base your decisions on real data, not on assumptions, forecasts, and projections. Please keep our community safe, not put us in harm's way. Angela Begley writes, the traffic and related speedway that has been created with the one-way on Hanson has continued to cause a safety issue in the Santos Ranch neighborhood. Please close Hanson Road at the 205 overpass. I'll turn it back to Clerk DeBoard.
Nancy Quadenga writes, hello, Clerk and Board of Supervisors. As our elected officials, once again, we come before you and ask for your help to protect our neighborhood, Lammersville community. If the taxpaying residents in this county are unable to get protection and support from our government, why do we live in this great state and raise our families here? We realize we are the little guys in this fight, and wealthy landowner that continues to threaten our tranquility by zoning for high-density housing and commercial interests seems to have your support. Please remember who you represent and hear our cries. We have proposed since the beginning of this movement that closing Hanson at the freeway would stop dangerous and destructive truck traffic going to and from the many warehouses now operating on the other side of the freeway. We have patiently done everything asked for by Tracy and SJC. We have provided proof of how bad the situation got and the dangers of closing half of Hanson and causing head-on collisions with trucks. We have tolerated the ugly barriers placed at the entrances of our main roads. We ask again you to do this, what is reasonable and right for this residential area in San Joaquin County. Dr. N. Guadagna, 23465 Courier Drive. Robert Bob Guadagna writes, our community has been divided in half and inundated by truck and community traffic. The one-way on Hanson has slowed down the traffic, but I fear for my life every time I go northbound over the freeway. 85% of the homeowners in my community have signed a petition to close down Hanson Road. We just want our safe community roads back and get rid of the eliminators and K-rails. Close down Hanson. All we are asking is that homeowners are able to get to homes on Hanson without detouring and or facing one-way traffic. Tracy is in the process of building the Gateway project, which will increase the traffic using Hanson. We pay high property taxes to live here, and we vote. It's time to give us back our community. Do your job. Close Hanson Road. Robert Guadagna, 23465 Courier Drive. An anonymous writes, today, I want to give the board members and Public Works a specific example of which the traffic study does not address and where the one-way trial absolutely failed. On June 7th, 2022, there was a semi-truck involved accident at International Parkway and Promontory. Between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m., despite the numerous signs, including a large Caltrans lighted sign and security at the stop sign just south of the overpass, 12 semi-trucks, including one fuel delivery semi-truck, traveled northbound over the Hanson Road Bridge and through the Lammersville residential neighborhood. During the next hour, several other semi-trucks also traveled over the bridge and through the neighborhood. Additionally, at least 8 vehicles were judged going over 60 miles per hour despite the speed hump, and at least 2 vehicles passed others in the double line zone, as occurs multiple times daily during all hours. The security vehicle presence, numerous signs did nothing to stop this, and it will occur again in the future, especially after the reconstruction of the I-205, I-580 International Parkway interchange begins. This long-term construction project is not addressed in the traffic study and will divert traffic through the Lammersville community. Public Works' one-way proposal is again a method to address this issue at a later time while the Lammersville community suffers the consequences. All traffic mitigation measures outlined in the traffic study will fail as the present speed bumps have. Board members, please resolve this multi-year issue by voting to proceed with the Hanson Road overpass. Scott McGann writes, I have seen many vehicles headed the wrong way intentionally during this test. Some were in pairs. One morning I saw a man coming head-on at me. I stopped and we both got out of our cars. I showed him he was going the wrong way. The man proceeded to go around my vehicle into the gravel by the neighborhood mailbox, knowingly going the wrong direction, continuing over the overpass, where someone could be coming legally from the opposite direction and get hit head-on because the overpass is a blind overpass, and you cannot see someone headed towards you. The only solutions are to make Hanson a private road or simply close it. Glenda Gale McKeich writes, Hello, Board of Supervisors and Clerk. Please close Hanson Road at the freeway and return our safe roads back to us. Once again, we ask you as our elected county officials to consider everything we have brought to you, supporting our request that Hanson Road be closed. Our neighborhood was safe and quiet until the warehouses were built across the freeway. The barriers only work part of the time. Trucks ignore them, hit them, and barrel on down our streets. Temporarily blocking off one lane of Hanson has caused confusion and is dangerous. If Hanson was closed permanently at the freeway, homes on Hanson wouldn't have to worry about detouring to get into their driveways and competing with the one-way traffic. With all due respect, please fix the situation and honor what over 85% of our residents have signed for you to do. Thank you, Gail McKitch. I'll turn it back over to Deputy Clerk Lee.
Trevor Pledger writes, Board of Supervisors, I live in the Santos Ranch, Lammersville District. I have an 18-month-old daughter. We stroll her almost every evening around the block. When the trucks were coming down Courier on their way to and from the warehouses, we stopped. It was dangerous for the family strolling, people walking, people jogging, kids on bicycles, etc. Making Hanson a one-way street has helped reduce some of the truck traffic, but makes Hanson extremely dangerous as a one-way. We have videos of trucks and cars going down it the wrong way. This will be the cause of head-on collisions. Respect the homeowners that live on Hanson and close it at the freeway so they have safe access to their homes. We have been patient and respectful even when our elected county officials has ignored us or placated our attempts to correct this situation. Trevor Pledger and family. Destiny Guadagna writes, our neighborhood changed after the many warehouses, Medline, Amazon, Safeway, FedEx, etc., routed their trucks from across Hanson Road. Shame on our county for doing a traffic study which would have shown the impact this caused to a quiet rural residential community. There is a solution, and even Prologis supports it, as well as a solid 85% of the residents, to close Hanson at the freeway and cut off access for both the semi-trucks and the speeding commuters coming from and going to the warehouses. Temporary solutions we've tried have decreased the traffic, and we're grateful, but they are temporary. Manned security trucks on the warehouse side to stop trucks, lights, barriers, eliminators, and signs saying no trucks on the residential side. Signs around our elementary school, highway patrol issuing warnings and tickets have accomplished safe streets once again. Unfortunately, closing one of the lanes of Hanson Road causes an extremely dangerous situation for anyone using that lane. The homeowners either have to detour to get to their own driveway or risk someone going the wrong way and causing a head-on crash. Really? What if this was your family's home? It was the county's solution and we tried it. Now please do the right thing and close Hanson permanently so we can get back to our lives. Destiny Guadagna. Raluca Parsa writes, please consider closing Hanson Road at the overpass. It is not safe to see so many cars driving the wrong way. I personally witnessed trucks going the wrong way. Hanson, a one-way street, is very unsafe. Thank you for listening to our suggestions. Raluca. Sandra writes, if you had cancer, would you be okay with your doctor only removing half of it? or would you want it all removed? The cut-through commuters negatively impacting our community are a cancer. The one-way road recommended by Public Works only removed half of the cancer. The only way to remove all of the cancer is to completely close Hanson Road. You would never accept a solution from a doctor that only resolved half of your serious health issue. Our community has a significant health and safety issue. You are the physician. Will you remove the cancer or leave half of it for us to deal with? Eventually, cancer, not completely removed, will continue to grow and eventually kill the host. That is exactly what will happen to our neighborhood. The Cords Ranch development is only about 1/3 built out. Once completely built, our traffic safety issues will be many times worse than they currently are. And if you don't vote to close Hanson Road, and like cancer, someone in our neighborhood will die without the appropriate action by this board, and their blood will be on your hands. We have warned you time and time again of the impending consequences of not closing Hanson Road. Do the right thing before someone is killed. Remove all of this cancer. Close Hanson Road. This road no longer serves the purpose for which it was built. Therefore, it is no longer needed. You have the legal authority and responsibility to fix this problem. George Escalante writes, we are concerned voters in the Congressional District 9 about the dangers the one-way traffic flow that was put in on Hanson Road in the Lambersville area. Traffic study concludes closing Hanson Road would not result in significant impact to the operations of the road segments and intersections evaluated as part of the traffic study. Several incidents have been recorded of cars and big rigs going the wrong way on Hanson Road over the blind I-205 overpass. The only way to make our community safe again is to close Hanson Road. At minimum, the board should recommend temporary closure of Hanson Road and study the real-world effect of the closure. I'll now turn it over to Clerk DeBoard to finalize our comments.
Thank you. That comment was also submitted by Julia Groves Escalante as well. The next comment was submitted by Valentina Kuryeva, who writes, I live right next to the overpass, 23607 Hanson Road. I still see cars driving over the freeway southbound. It is less than in the first month after closure, but the drivers are now the bold ones. They try to drive at full speed to cross faster. Recently, I saw a semi-truck without a trailer going full speed southbound over the bridge. The bridge is curved and there is no visibility. When I drive over that bridge home, especially with kids, I am scared that one of those idiots will hit me head to head. It is only luck that no one got hurt yet. If someone dies on that bridge, the county is going to be looking at a lawsuit 10 times larger than the cost of the gates for the community. Thank you for reading my comment, Valentina Kuryeva. The next comment was submitted by Dolores Enriquez, who writes, this traffic study looks to be complete for automobiles and trucks. However, left out the study is emergency response times. The fire station is on the south side with one-way traffic. The response time may only be slowed down some, but what about the second call that requires traveling back over the overpass? Ambulances are roaming in San Joaquin County, and you cannot predict their location. Will restricting traffic flow result in the lowering the fire department's rating, which will increase insurance costs to all residents and businesses in the district? Agriculture. This area is surrounded by the ag zone, and the movement of oversized, slow implements of husbandry was not included in the study. How will slow tractors, wide swathers, and land planes, etc., be moved across the freeway? Will they go through town or travel with the trucks on already congested routes? If the Board of Supervisors takes any action to limit traffic on Hanson Road, it will start a process that will result in many of these not in my backyard requests. By restricting roads, you will be flooded with requests to restrict their other roads. Cities and towns make all kinds of promises to deal with traffic flows, but the county is always left with the congestion. Farmers would like to have all commuters kept off rural roads, especially in the islands, to make it safer for our operations. Can we do that next? The next comment was submitted by Mark Lopez and writes, Najee, regarding the closure of Hanson Road and the affected Lambersville community. I'm writing this letter on behalf of 2 parties and myself who wish to remain anonymous. We thank you for the opportunity to be able to express our opinions. Here are 2 bullet points why we are not in favor of closing the two-way right-of-way of traffic on Hanson Road completely. Closing the Hanson Road right-of-way will completely oust the residents on the southbound side of the Hansons, whose chickens are currently enrolled at Lambersville Elementary. The one-way closure has increased traffic in other parts of the neighborhood. The one-way closure has increased safety concerns. Motorists weaving in and out of lanes traveling down the wrong way. Closing Hanson Road, per the study, will increase Lammersville Elementary School traffic at Von Sostin. Neighborhood currently looks like a construction site. We believe more calming measures should be considered as mentioned in the study. If the final decision is to completely close off our partial one-way, please consider residents on the southbound side of the Hanson Road overpass. Allow us to have access to get back home just like the other homes before the overpass. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes the public comments that we've received today.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in the audience? Okay. All right, we'll close public hearing, turn it back to the board for any comments, questions, or motions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both very much for reading all those letters. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here. And, you know, your patience is appreciated. I know you guys have been going through this for years, right? And, you know, some of the, you know, since the last, 17 months or so since I've been in office here, and, this has been my office number one priority as it relates to traffic, where we spend a considerable amount of time. And the one, excuse me, and one of the reasons that, we have to do these studies and the things that we have done is because we're required by law to make a finding. I know it's not easy to wait, and trust me, hey, if I was in your shoes, I would be just as frustrated as you are. But, legally we have to do it in order to make a finding, right? So again, thank you. And I also want to, give Prologis, I believe is here today. I thank them also for working with the county and trying to come up with solutions and working with us and some of their funding that they have done. So Prologis, thank you for helping out. And as some of the letters write, closing roadways, or even the reason we do these studies, closing roadways or changing roadways is governed by mostly state law. And it's something that we don't do, or anybody does, easily. It's not meant to be easy, I guess. I mean, I know you hear a lot about speeding and running stop signs and so forth, but, this is one of the issues that we have here in San Joaquin County as a growing county. And big rig traffic, that's probably one of the number one complaints that I get, big rigs being off truck routes or star routes. I mean, we have roads like Tracy Boulevard, we have roads like Howard Road, we have, Catherine Road, Paradise Road, which opened up to the islands, is another road that has increased traffic. And there's families out there that have been living out there over 100 years. Escalon Balota, you have Ripon Road, you can, 120 in Escalon. So it's not just unique to Tracy, but, if we're going to close a roadway, one of the things, we have to look at is it an arterial roadway, a main roadway? And Hanson Road at this location is not. Is this roadway unique compared to the other roadways that I've talked about? And I believe it is. And this road is, connected to the Cordes Ranch Development or Prologis. And one of the issues that we see is that it has grown so fast. It is very successful. They have created a lot of business here in San Joaquin County. And with that success and that growth, infrastructure hasn't kept up with it, right? So is that contributing to the problem that we're having here off of Hanson Road? It is, and the study has said that. And, determining of, when to close a roadway or if to close a roadway, like some of the letters stated that, a big business versus the little person, little guy where, we're looking at big business first, and that's just not true. And like we have indicated, like our attorney has indicated, there's legal things that we have to do, right? Safety is also always a top priority. Hey, I've been in traffic for the last 25, 26 years, so I understand, and same thing with Supervisor or Chair Wynn, and he's worked longer than I did. And so we understand the traffic very well and the safety of traffic. So with all that being said, and also I want to jump back, is that this isn't a problem that we created as a county, but yet it seems like we're the one. Everybody kind of just bounced, not you, but we're taking the lead on this. Hey, you need to fix it. We didn't create it, but yet we're kind of left by ourselves to fix it. I mean, I don't see the City of Tracy here helping us out at all. And I'm not blaming the City of Tracy by any means, but we've worked at this very hard, and we've taken this seriously. Your complaints haven't fell on deaf ears, and this is one of the reasons I brought this to this board. One supervisor, I can't get. It's like it's bigger than just one supervisor. It takes the whole entire board, takes the county to get behind. And that's the reason that I brought it here, so we can get this issue out in the open, so we can start discussing it. One thing that drives me crazy is just, talking about it and pushing things down the road and bringing it to this board. And like we're here today, we can have some kind of closure, whatever that closure may be. So with that being said, again, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Bless you. Reaching out to my office, and that's what I'm here. That's what I'm here for. I'm your representative, and if you have issues, I would hope you could contact me. And I don't think that wasn't a problem, because you guys contacted me plenty of times. So thank you. But with that being said, what I would like to see is, closure of that road for 18 months, I believe it was, and then we can update it, or we can look at it year down, 2 years, 3 years, up to 8 years, whatever it may be, to allow the infrastructure to catch up to that area. I know per our attorney, legally shutting down the road permanently, for our attorney, you can't prove that. I mean, it doesn't fit what the state law requires. However, that doesn't mean years down the road, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, that will meet, our code will meet what we can do and shut down that road. But until then, this is something that we can do. And again, we can look what effect it does have on Von Sostin. So with that being said, I'll make a motion on that to, believe it's number 2.
Through the chair, Supervisor Rickman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Help you out with that motion.
Yes.
Excuse me. Vehicle code section that allows for the temporary closure requires that the board make the closure by ordinance or by resolution after a public hearing. So what the appropriate motion would be at this time, if your intent is to move forward with the temporary closure, would be to direct staff to agendize the public hearing and come back with the necessary findings to effectuate the closing.
Okay. What you said. Is that okay?
That works.
Direct staff to come back to the board for the necessary finding to implement number 2 of the recommended item. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Prior to voting, Chairman, I'd like a question.
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor Petty.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Supervisor Rickman and appreciate the levels of engagement, the many people that wrote in. Obviously, there's a strong sentiment and concern. If we're meeting the threshold and we're able to do what we can do, that's fantastic. We tried the one way, we tried a solution, although some people chastise for that. Oftentimes you don't do the most dramatic thing first. You kind of see what you can ease into it in spite of this negative, derogatory inflection that was. We try to seek solutions, not problems, and implement anything that's a hardship on anybody. We were responsive, and I believe we did the exact right and responsible thing by addressing first step 1 and now step 2, which would be, as Supervisor Rickman is recommending, is we're shutting down the road. Now, I do have a question. As it relates to shutting down the road, through the chair, maybe Public Works has an answer for this. We shut down the road. What happens? How does the residents access their homes in that road? Is there a gate system that's put in? Is there a remote control? What would happen in this instance, and what obligation does the county have to satisfy the closure? What do we have? What's our participation?
Well, the road would continue to serve as a two-way local public road. The closure would be at the south end near the overpass. We'll probably have some sort of turnaround set up. I don't know if we'd consider a gate for emergency vehicle access or something like that. We have to go through that design process. And then I think on the south side, ultimately the city will have some kind of roundabout, some kind of turnaround for truck traffic on that side as well.
So that it wouldn't proceed over the overpass of that.
Right. So there's a means to turn around on both sides of the overpass, but maybe there's a way for certain types of vehicles to get through. So we have to look at that. And I understand, as Deputy Director Zarif mentioned, that Prologis is willing to construct a roundabout on the south side. That's got to go through the city of Tracy's process. But with the closure, the road would function as a two-lane local street with two-directional traffic. It's just the through traffic movement would be eliminated.
So my concern would be, and I'm sure every resident here, is that some people will be entering not knowing it's closed on the other end. The trucks that would be thinking they're going to have that throughway and there's no longer one way, we can drive through because it's open back up. So what are we doing in this instance?
Well, we'll look at that as part of the design process too, but maybe we'll include signage so people know there's no through traffic allowed. It's a no outlet to the street. But that's part of the reason the turnarounds are important too. So you don't get people in there without a way to get out. Understood.
Okay, so these are things that will perhaps when this comes to us to ratify, they might be looked at or considered that's fully addressed. So we are responsibly taking action that's taken these factors into consideration.
We will recommend whatever we think is appropriate for us to implement this properly.
Okay, very well. That was a big question I had. So I know that we've had a motion and we have a second. So thank you.
President Miller.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. I just wanted to make sure that when you came back along these same lines, that you came back with signage recommendations, not just for the traffic on Hanson Road, the neighborhood, but also to work with school to make sure that whatever has to happen there to ensure the safety of the students, that we're on that early. Instead of waiting until there's a problem, let's build it in to your recommendations when you come back to us. That's what I would like to see.
Absolutely. And all the options include traffic calming and safety features, and not just on Hanson Road. So yes, we'll be looking at the whole vicinity when we come back with a recommendation.
Excellent. Thank you.
Chair, one thing,
go ahead.
just real quick. We have to make sure there's, you heard from our fire chief, Chief Bradley, today. So we have to have a way in order for fire to come service that area. I mean, they're right on Hanson. And so, I mean, like you said, a 5-minute delay or 5 minutes response time versus 10. I mean, it has to be something, a gate or whatever, some kind of mechanism so they can get through.
We'll absolutely continue to work with all the first responders. In fact, among the determinations we have to make for the temporary closure, as County Council outlined, we have to get a joint recommendation from the Sheriff's Office and CHP that to close the road to the illegal activity that's been occurring. We do have a preliminary indication from CHP at this point that they're willing to do that. We have yet to get confirmation from the sheriff's office, but that's all homework we'll do before we come back.
Well, I appreciate first, don't forget EMS on that also.
Right. We've been in touch with AMR also, and
right.
yeah, so we've been coordinating with all the first responders.
Yeah. Just one last comment. First of all, I want to thank Public Works. I know from your standpoint, you're looking at it strictly from an engineering standpoint, and traffic flows and all those things, so I appreciate it. So thank you for your efforts. For the public, though, I want to make a couple of comments because there's some intimation that somehow that we as a board or elected officials somehow are most influenced by big business or those type of corporations. Three of us here serve on LAFCO, and we review projects of annexations, et cetera. And I will say this, that I've made comments, for example, on some of these projects, specifically to concern or to address your concern in regards to future build-out. And my comments have been simply that you need to expand your exit roadways so that we don't have this congestion and possibly some of the problems you're dealing with. More importantly, I want to thank all of you and commend you for your activity in this particular issue. And I would also offer that, you know, as elected officials, we are obviously very interested in comments from those who are most affected. My feeling is to be honest with you, I would defer to Supervisor Rickman or Vice Chair Rickman because it's his district. It's not my district. Although I would say I've had some of my constituents contact me in regards to implements of husbandry and agriculture and those things. But he's the one that oversees you, and so he's the person to make that decision. The second part is because you've had this experience and have an opportunity to organize, that you might start considering some of the meetings in regards to future development, because it isn't just your street or you know, your community. It's the larger perspective. And I say that because I know some of those may not affect you directly, but for residents who will have to go through this process in the future, you might be of great benefit to them to at least make their comments known about any development going in. And let's face it, District 5 or Tracy is the largest growing area within the county. And so there's a lot of things happening. So I would encourage you to reach out to your fellow residents, certainly in this area, with all the development that's happening around Pro Lodges, et cetera. And to those companies, because my working with them, they're also interested in being good neighbors and making sure that they provide, you know, or don't create any additional problems. So I just want to thank you for your involvement and just understand that not all of us are swayed by big business or whatever. We do listen to you. So with that, we'll go ahead and vote. Clerk of the board. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you all for your attendance and your participation. Okay, the last item of business is the comments from the board. Any comments or updates from the
Supervisor Chair Wynn? I'd recommend that the board go ahead with the 1:30 hearing at this point, since there is a request for continuance on that matter, and then we can move to supervisors' comments.
Time flies. Thank you. I appreciate that. We can do that. So, Director Jolly, if you want to take charge of this one.
Thank you, Chair Wynn and members of the board. The Community Development Department is requesting a continuance on the appeal of applicant Complete Wireless Consulting regarding site approval number PA-200214. On July 18th, the county received a letter from the applicant's attorney, and after considering that letter, we would like additional time to address the issues raised in that letter. We've discussed this with the applicant, and they have agreed to the continuance. Kevin Gallagher, the applicant's representative, I do believe is here today if you have any questions for him. The request would be to a date uncertain, so that staff can work with the applicant to jointly resolve the issues raised in the applicant's letter. And based on those discussions with the applicant, through their counsel, we do believe we can come to an agreement to successfully resolve the issue. If we do, and we do expect to come to an agreement, the applicant will withdraw the appeal. And if for some reason we are unable to reach an agreement, we'll work with the clerk of the board to reschedule it at a date for both parties.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Well, thank you very much. Nice seeing you, Director Zudvart. Thanks for coming up here. We need a motion on this, Mr. Miles?
Yes, motion to continue to date.
So moved.
Second.
Third.
Please vote. And that's adopted 5-0. Thank you, Director Jolly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zudvart. All right, now, any final comments from the board, starting with, I get this request to speak, but Supervisor Miller, you're the only one that ever shows up.
And I didn't request to speak.
I'll start.
It's on everybody's.
I did put it, for the record, I did put in the request, and our crackerjack IT system here is not working.
All right, well, that's Supervisor Petty. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple things. I'll try and be brief here. First, I want to recognize if anybody's ever been to the Carl Ross Post where our veterans gather and hold functions. Whenever you go there during summer, it's extremely hot and they've got difficulties maintaining coolness. I contacted Comfort Air, a local company with over 50 years of continuous service. The owner, Dustin Saccone, and the Chief Operating Officer, Steve Nisley, stepped up. They dedicated resources, dollars, and their ingenuity as well as expertise, and they fixed the AC systems, upgraded the systems, and made it functional in a much better way. So I'm glad that they could do that for our veterans, and we appreciate their dedication. I also want to ask that we are getting a lot of public comments on voter integrity, which we, of course, all care about. So I'm going to ask that we agendize and maybe have our interim ROV come on in, and then just for the record and through the Chair County Council, I had asked you several weeks ago if there were measures we as a board could take in San Joaquin County, much like COVID. We can't be lenient, we could be more strict. So would you at the next board meeting be prepared to give a couple of options or some information on measures? You're hearing paper ballot only, can't do this, must do that, a lot of suggestions. So I'd like to give some A, clarity on what we can or can't do, and B, in 2 weeks from now, when it's agendized, you can give us some feedback on what our legal ability might be to enact any stricter measures, as oftentimes people are calling out for. So I'll agendize that. If there's an issue with that, perhaps, I know this isn't discussion time, but we can speak offline about that. Also, I've got this past Tuesday, I'll let Supervisor Rickman take a victory lap on this, but something in his district, I was able to participate along with State Assemblyman Carlos Villalpudua, Superintendent Troy Brown, and DA-elect Ron Freitas in a very moving experience with students from Tracy High School requesting interaction and adoption of the program called Safer Watch. Again, I'll let Supervisor Rickman take a victory lap on that. Those are his constituents. On the morning of June 22nd, working with Director Greg Dietrich, along with our CEO's office and Chief Medical Officer Dr. Fadu, we delivered hundreds of sealed boxes with prepackaged disposable hospital gowns to San Joaquin Health Clinic that had been donated from my office to our hospital and the clinicians. I also had the opportunity this past Saturday night to be a guest at the 22nd Annual African American Chamber of Commerce's Women of Color Man About Town Awards, which in several years past I did receive the Man About Town recognition. It was a fantastic honor, recognizing men and women throughout our community and their contribution to the betterment of our community. This program's benefit is for scholarships as well as youth while promoting ethnic pride within San Joaquin County. Also for the next meeting, a couple more things here. I'd like to agendize an update on exactly what is going on with our IT things. I know the county, our clerk's office has some new equipment or update coming on. And along those lines, maybe we get a report from the clerk's office on about 1 year ago or more. I had requested that we bring back an updated version of our certificates that we're giving out. Some other agencies that we often are sharing certificate presentations with have done upgrades, and I appreciate that ours was done in-house years ago. We looked to do it in-house again. That didn't work out. There was somebody else in the department that was going to do it. That hasn't worked out. I'd like to get an update on what's going on and how we as a board could facilitate some actual, perhaps options that we as a board could consider if we want to upgrade the certificates, but I think that would be nice to have a fresh new look. Lastly, I will close out my comments in recognition of my attendance to the memorial services for Steve Landsberger this past Thursday. He was worked with our economic development department and business development here in the county. Steve was born in 1960 in Yuba City, passed away July 6, 2022, due to complications from his battle with lymphoma. Steve was a long-standing member and a valuable partner in San Joaquin Partnership. He found great satisfaction in his career with economic development, and he was a good friend. I enjoyed water skiing with him and the friendship that he offered myself and many others. So thank you, Chairman. That is all.
Supervisor Miller.
Comments today.
Supervisor Laputa.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Just want to, we had a cleanup in the Country Club area this Saturday. And I want to recognize some people, the Greater Valley Conservation Corps, who were instrumental in helping the veterans, elderly, disabled, San Joaquin County Code Enforcement, Community Development, the Sheriff's Department, Public Works, Delta Valley Watch, Mr. Roger Kelly, who worked all day in the sun, did an incredible job of, cleaning up his neighborhood. And my Chief of Staff, Chris Rupay, who's hardest working Chief of Staff in the county. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. That's next to Scott Tyrell, wasn't it?
I knew I'd get you guys.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, at first, I just want to give a shout out to all our firefighters here in San Joaquin County that have been or are being deployed to the Oak Fire in Mariposa County. Thank you for your service, and be safe and come home safe. What Supervisor Patty was referring to earlier, last week, I'm an advisor to the Bulldog Project and the Kimball High Jaguar Project. And what that is, it's an anti-violence, anti-bullying club in Tracy. And we had the opportunity, or I had the opportunity to invite him here to the board chambers where we had room. There's about 20, 30 students and some elected officials like Supervisor Patty mentioned. But they spoke to us about school violence, mainly about school shootings and their concerns. And we spoke from folks over at Safer Watch about their phone app. And what that is a Safer Watch app provides the user, students, parents, teachers, visitors with a direct line to communicate with the local law enforcement and provide real-time alert and updates. Then we also discussed Alyssa's law, which is implemented in Florida, and the process of getting it signed into California law. And the cool thing about this, or the best thing about, at the end of the meeting, the CEO of Safer Law, let us know he was so moved by the students that he was going to provide the service for free for the two schools in Tracy. So that would be the first school here in the state of California that will hopefully have that implemented. I know they're talking to LA, some schools in LA. So a big shout out to the Bulldogs Project and the Jaguar Project. There were students there, great job. We're all proud of you. And hey, people say, we don't have, or I shouldn't say that. I'm going to say we have some great leaders in our schools that get things done. This is just a prime example. And when you put your head together, get a group of like-minded individuals, students, and push forward, you can change lives, and they did just that. Other quick things, I want to give a shout out to Sandeep Sharda for the grand opening ribbon cutting of Doba over the weekend, and to Bob and Adele Block of Tracy Minchie's. They just celebrated their 15th anniversary of Minchie's in the city of Tracy. Great folks. So congratulations there. And remind everybody, Chair, and I'll close with this, that summer out, farmer markets are up and running. So it's a great way to meet people, eat, get some fresh food, and support your local businesses and local farmers, right? So I know here in Tracy, we have it from Saturday 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., Manteca, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., Mountain House, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sunday, and Ripon at Thursday. And I know our chair knows that, right? Ripon Thursday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. for a farmer's market, and Escalon to be announced. So again, thank you very much, Chair, for your patience, and everybody have a great rest of the week. Oh, last thing, I almost forgot. National Night Out, August 2nd. So that's, if you haven't heard about it, look it up. It's a chance for the community to get together and fight crime, push back against crime, and get to know your neighbors. And, the focus is on safety and talking with your law enforcement, fire personnel, and EMS personnel. So August 2nd. Thank you, Chair. Now I'll return it to you.
Thank you. Yes, I do know about Farmers Market. I actually started it in City of Ripon. So yes, I'm familiar with that. Real quick, I went to NACO last week and over the weekend, and very interesting. A lot of the counties throughout the country are dealing with the same issues we are. Touching upon employee mental health was a big topic, and recruiting and retaining employees was another big topic in several presentations. So I'll be talk briefly with our CEO about some of those issues and Greg Dieterich in regards to behavioral health. So we'll see what we can do in regards to improving it. And the last thing is simply, I understand where Supervisor Patty's coming from, but I think probably a better approach would be to have our citizen review, and I'm sure you all have senior applications as far as those who want to participate, because I think that would be a good shot to, as far as a response, to have our participants make recommendations as to how we can improve the future, because I'm sure, as Supervisor Patty and we've all heard, the questions that have been raised will be discussed and responded to in the finalization, which I hope we can finish maybe as early as the end of August, or certainly by the first meeting in September. So anyway, just again, rather than spreading this thing out, I think it'd be great to have just one presentation to cover all the issues that have come up. So with that, Director, or Mr. Miles.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Okay, so we will adjourn until the 9th, August 9th, 9 o'clock. Okay. Wait. Person waiting. Let's return at 2:15 for closed session, and then I'll adjourn the meeting until August 9th. Thank you.
you.